What is up? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, guys. Lots to go over today. Hopefully you're having a fantastic day. I'm just one more thing to set up here. We're ready. Anyways, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. Lots has happened over the last couple of days, so we're going to be focusing on well, obviously the Minnesota situation. Looks like Donald Trump has kind of come to an agreement to move some of his troops out. This Bovino guy, or whatever his name is being sent back to California. Bit of a demotion, and it looks like probably going to be retiring pretty soon. Or I just saw a funny comment. Anyways, let's get to it. Let's see what's going on with the protest first here.
Another speaker for you today. His name is Doug. Doug, if you're here, could
Already,
you make your way to the stage, please?
Early evening in Minnesota.
Doug is a veteran and one of our
o'clock?
neighbors. Give it up for Doug right now, please.
Way to go, Doug.
Thanks, Nate.
Okay, just doing some speeches right now. Let's see what's going on around the news.
President Trump has sent in immigration czar Tom Homan to Minneapolis, pulling out Border Commander Greg Bovino. And after being shut out by federal authorities, state criminal investigation teams are now at the scene where Alex Preddy was shot and killed. We'll hear from a childhood friend of Preddy's in a moment, and we're standing by to hear from lawmakers on both sides of the aisle. But first, Matt Rivers leads us off from Minneapolis tonight. Hi, Matt.
Hey, good evening, Lindsay. We're right outside the memorial that is now erected at the place where the shooting of Alex Preddy happened, just behind me here in Minneapolis. You can see a few dozen people out there right now, some chanting going on, candles being lit. The memorial still very much in effect just a few days after Preddy lost his life. This, as we're getting new information, brand new information from a preliminary report sent to Congress by DHS.
That's pretty bad. That's rough.
ABC News has learned that two federal agents opened fire in the fatal shooting of Minneapolis ICU nurse Alex Preddy. DHS sending a preliminary report to Congress outlining their initial findings after Saturday's fatal shooting. The report says DHS conducted, quote, a preliminary review of body camera footage. It's the first time the agency has acknowledged critical facts and that two firearms were discharged during the incident. The timeline notes that while agents attempted to take Preddy into custody, a struggle ensued. And, quote, a Border Patrol agent yelled, "He's got a gun," multiple times. According to the findings, approximately 5 seconds later, a Border Patrol agent discharged his Glock 19, and a Customs and Border Patrol agent fired his Glock 47 at Preddy. At no point in the report does DHS say Preddy attempted to reach for his weapon. Tonight, President Trump changing his tone after the ICU nurse was shot and killed here in Minneapolis.
A lot of MAGA that are
after sending border czar Tom Homan to Minneapolis to take over federal immigration operations, President Trump now saying in his words they're going to, quote, de-escalate a little bit.
Video of the guy who tried to pick up a flashbang. And they met with the governor, the mayor, and everybody else. And
I did not see that.
We're going to de-escalate a little bit.
But the president rejecting any characterization that the reduction in personnel was a retreat. Homan replacing Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Greg Bovino with some federal agents set to leave the city. Trump suggesting that maybe Bovino was not the right man for the mission. Bovino out just days after that ICU
I got a news alert here.
Bovino's
news
very
alert.
good, but he's a...
Joe Biden has just tweeted out. Oh wait, no, that was in 2020. Somebody retweeted a tweet from Joe Biden in 2020. Donald Trump is the worst president we've ever had.
Fake news. It's
after the fatal shooting Saturday.
It's all fake news.
This was what Secretary Kristi Noem told the American people a short time after the news broke,
and he lives 2
drawing
miles
outrage.
From there.
This looks like a situation where an individual arrived at the scene to inflict maximum damage on individuals and to kill law enforcement.
President Trump pressed today if Alex Preddy's shooting was justified.
Don't call us Nazis just because we dress in Nazi Nazi paraphernalia.
Investigation. I have to see it
do the salute.
Alex Pretty's sister calling her brother her hero and blasting what she called disgusting lies spread about Alex.
Nazis,
we asked people who live here in this community if they think things will really change. Do you think it might be an inflection point for the city here where things might change because of it?
God, I hope so. I don't think that... I feel like a lot of people have this strong fear that we're a test city, and I hope that the test, they realize it's a failure.
Matt Rivers joins us now from Minneapolis. So, Matt, we're learning now about a new shooting involving federal immigration enforcement agents again, this time at the Arizona-Mexico border. What can you tell us about that?
Yeah, that's exactly right, Lindsay. Details still coming in, both about the shooting and killing of the ICU nurse here in Minneapolis, but also this new shooting out of Arizona. The FBI now investigating
we don't know what's
after
going
a
on
U.S.
in the
Border Patrol agent shot and critically wounded a person near the Arizona-Mexico border. Authorities saying that person allegedly assaulted a federal officer, but again, details still very much coming in. Meanwhile, back here on the streets of Minneapolis, many questioning here if things will begin to change after the president's promise of de-escalation earlier today. Lindsay, only time will tell.
Sure it will. Matt, thank you so much. And let's bring in Travis Vanden Heuvel, a childhood friend of Alex Pretty. Travis, we thank you for your time. We're so sorry for your loss. Just give us a sense of how you're holding up right now.
That's not the problem.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Lindsay, and thanks for your commitment to getting the truth about Alex out there. I think sharing his story and who he was as a person is important.
People are in the South States.
We're doing well every day.
Let's start with that. Who was he as a person? There is this narrative, that some have gone out.
We know why they're in Minnesota, Helzig. We went over this last stream. We know why they're in Minnesota going after undocumented immigrants there. Zymor, what's up, dude? Good content. Thanks. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hopefully I'm able to stay awake long enough I'm trying to get my sleep schedule back on schedule. So if I don't get Eva 9 in tonight, I will get it in tomorrow. But my sleep schedule is just absolutely messed. But I think I've got it fixed now. Anyways, we know why they're in Minnesota, right? Like, the only reason that they're in Minnesota is because Trump is going after people he doesn't like. Minnesota didn't vote for Trump. Tim Walz ran against Trump. Tim Walz embarrassed Trump with certain jokes and stuff like that. And this is Trump's way of this is how childish the guy is. He's literally in Minnesota and sending people to Minnesota because he's angry at Tim Walz. That's what this is about. Like, why aren't they raising hell in Texas, where there's well over 1 million undocumented immigrants? That's the reason. He's just going after Tim Walz. He doesn't care. He's just taking it out on Tim Walz. So ICE has literally arrested 5 members of the Oglala Sioux tribe. Yeah, I saw videos of that where they were like, do you have your where are you from? And they're like, we're Americans. He's like, where are you from? We're the original Americans, I think. I saw one clip. Alodar hand gestures while talking. You want me to do hand gestures, Klept? Hilarious when bones in the ground literally have their descendants still walking above ground. If you've got all your papers. What do you think of the fact that they're telling people people should have your passport and your proof of identification with you at all times? I find that really effing weird. I don't know. I usually have a piece of ID on me just because I've got my wallet on me or something, but to demand that you have ID on you at all time, I don't know. You think it's a good idea? Why should you be required to have your ID on you? I feel like it's kind of infringing on your basic rights. Why do you need? Yeah, but you carrying yours doesn't mean that you should have to carry yours. Congrats on the Canucks working hard to secure, dude. they put Demko on season-ending IR. Yeah, we're going for first overall, dude. You can be identified, but I mean, identified for what? In case you like die or something? Like, what if you need to go to the hospital? Then go to the hospital. What, do they not help you if you don't have ID in hospitals down there? Like, how does that work? Like, if I walk into the hospital and I've got a heart attack, they're going to be like, "Oh, can we see your ID?" they're going to help me first, then they'll ask for my name later. Like, I don't know. I don't need my ID. They don't know who you are if you don't carry it. Well, that's why I tell them what my name is. Right? Like, I mean, if I'm at a hospital and I'm like, "Oh, my name is so and so," you think that they're going to turn around and say, "Oh, sorry, we're not going to help you with your heart attack"? Yeah, but Burglar, you're arguing that should you have your ID with you as opposed to you must have your ID with you. You see the difference? If I choose not to carry my ID on me for whatever reason, like say I go out for a jog. If I go out for a jog, let's be honest, I'm not going out for a jog at any time. If I go out for a jog, I'm not carrying my wallet with me. Okay, but I'm arguing that they're saying that you have to carry your passport. They're telling you right? Like, I don't think that you should have to carry your ID with you. You need your insurance papers. Insurance for what? Insurance papers for what? I don't need insurance papers for anything. What are you talking about? Anyways, I just think that's it's kind of, it seems kind of weird to me that we have certain rights that for some reason at this point Americans are suddenly saying, you know what, that's okay, we don't need that, we don't need to fight for that right. And we can get into the whole, you know, should Alex Preddy have had his gun with him or not? But it's his, it's his Second Amendment right. The ICE guys that shot Alex heard. Who told you that? Because the only person that said that is Kristi Noem and people on with the government. And we all already know that Kristi Noem was lying in basically everything that she said during that speech. So if that is your evidence for he didn't have his ID with him, maybe probably don't suggest that that's actually factual. Because he's a nurse. It was part of the narrative that he was there to do harm when there's absolutely no evidence of that whatsoever. They made up a bullshit story. And part of that bullshit story, probably the fact that he had no ID with him. Find that hard to believe. Again, it's something Kristi Noem said, and we can watch the video of how she said he arrived there, was threatening. ID or not, it's not a legal carry to. It's not a legal carry to have during a protest. Sorry, are you saying the ID is not required to have during a protest? Yeah, I don't even know what the ID comment is for. Like, what does it matter if he's got his ID on him or not? Is he legally, like, have to carry his ID? What does it matter if he had his ID with him or not? I personally think that everything that Kristi Noem said, and I mean, we watched her conference and compared it to the video of him getting killed, and basically everything she said was bullshit. And she was basically the one that said he had no ID. So if everything else during her little speech was bullshit, why would we not think that what she said about him not having ID on him was bullshit? And even if he didn't have ID, so what? Per minute, yeah, but regardless of whether he was carrying it or not, should he have been killed? Like, that's basically the bottom line. That's basically the bottom line. He didn't pull it out. He didn't point it at anyone. He was killed regardless. So I don't get the argument for, you know, him, oh, he didn't have ID. Well, so what? Like, so what? Oh, let's see what Trump says.
To make her case to the president last night, requesting a meeting after Trump announced border czar Tom Homan would take over operations in Minnesota. Their Oval Office sit-down, sources say, lasted more than 2 hours. Not in the room, Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller, one of the main architects of Trump's hardline immigration crackdown. In the hours after Preddy was killed, Miller posted that the ICU nurse was an assassin, a comment reposted by Vice President J.D. Vance. Today, Miller accompanying Trump to Iowa. The president asked about Miller's comments.
Do you think he was acting as an assassin in Minneapolis?
Who is that?
Mr. Preddy, your deputy chief of staff
No,
said
not
that.
incident, no.
But Trump then shifting blame to Preddy, saying he shouldn't have been carrying a gun, even though he had a permit and never drew his weapon.
With that being said, you know, you can't have guns. You can't walk in with guns. You just can't. And you can't, listen, you can't walk in with guns. You can't do that. But it's just a very unfortunate.
I'm actually trying to find anything that shows that there's a law against having a gun, even at a protest, other than Donald Trump saying you can't have one. Because right now, like, let's be honest, we've got be a little suspect of what anything the Trump presidency or any of the people that works for Trump had to say. Because we saw how Kristi Noem handled this, and she basically lied through her teeth. So I'm trying to find any
Capitol Hill responding to Secretary Noem's job performance on
laws
this.
Against it.
Yeah, well, Lindsay, the president may be standing by Secretary Noem, but on Capitol Hill now, lawmakers of both parties say she needs to go. Some are calling for her to be fired. Others
NRA
saying she should be
is
impeached.
up in arms right now because there's
Mary Bruce from the White House. Thanks so much, Mary.
Suggesting that he shouldn't have had a
For
gun.
more now, we're joined by Nebraska Republican Congressman Mike Flood. Congressman, thank you so much for joining us. We learned late today the DHS has sent a report on the shooting to Congress that at no point in that report does it say Preddy attempted to reach for his weapon.
That's sort of what I was looking at. Well, it shouldn't be just on the website. It should be like under like some sort of like official laws website or something. Why do you have that gun with
brandishing a gun?
Because he's
How
legally
would you say
allowed
that she's
to.
handled this case?
Why are you suddenly suspicious of anyone that's carrying a gun?
The people of Nebraska.
It sounds awfully Canadian of you.
I take my time to understand the facts, and I urge calm. We need an investigation here. We need an independent investigation. We need to get to the facts. And then we're a nation of laws. We have to apply those laws to the facts and let this investigation go where it's going to go. This could be justified. There could be issues.
Yeah, why
with
was Kyle Rittenhouse? Kyle Rittenhouse was looked at as a hero. Let's be honest.
In a situation where you have so much emotion and so many people involved.
Kyle Rittenhouse was carrying around, was it an AR-15 or something like that? Like, why was that okay?
Work if a state and a city government refuse to help a federal agency enforce the laws that members of Congress from all states have enacted. That is a recipe for disaster. And so, well, everybody in Minnesota that's maybe on that side of the line wants to say, Donald Trump this, ICE that. If you don't even allow your police to help federal agents enforce the law, this doesn't work. This stuff happens. So I really get frustrated when I hear that.
Sure. I don't know, though, that she was saying that she is not allowing them to. It's just that it's not happening. For example, we here at ABC News reached out to ICE today for comment and did not hear back. So it could be, we don't know which side is refusing to work with the other. But I do want to move on just to get your opinion here with regard to the two Republican senators, Lisa Murkowski and Tom Tillis, who both said that Kristi Noem should be out of a job.
I'm looking at a fact-checking site. FBI declined to comment on this on the article. Patel sought to clarify his stance in a January 26th interview saying, we are not going after people infringing on the freedom of speech to protest. We are definitely not going after people in their Second Amendment right to bear arms. Only if you incite violence and or threaten to do harm to law enforcement officers and break the law with the weapon or in any other way. Let's see. They agreed that Patel. Okay, we asked 13 legal experts about Patel's statement. They agreed that Patel was wrong about Minnesota law, although they cautioned that in some states they do ban guns at protests. But they're apparently talking about Minnesota. In general, there is no blanket prohibition or long-standing tradition against bringing otherwise lawfully owned and carrying firearms to a protest, parade, demonstration, or other public event, said Clark Neely, Senior Vice President for Legal Studies at the Libertarian Cato Institute, wherever that is. To the contrary, the default practice or tradition is that someone who is lawfully carrying a firearm may bring it to public gatherings, including protests and demonstrations. So I don't know where people are getting this information that he wasn't allowed to have it there. But these legal experts, which I am not one, are basically saying that experts widely agree that because the state legally permitted Freddie to carry a gun, he was within his rights in Minnesota to do so, including at the protest. So I don't know. These are legal experts. Here, I'll actually bring this over so you guys can see it. But these are legal experts that are saying that he was legally allowed to bring it at the protest. So again, the only people that are saying that, making a big fuss about him not having ID or saying that he shouldn't have it is Kristi Noem and other people in the government that, let's be honest, are they qualified to do their job? Or do we, as a group, whether you're on one side of the aisle or not, is Kristi Noem qualified to do her job? Because she was the one that's suggesting that he didn't have his ID, but she also talked a lot of other stuff in the video that was absolutely 100% made up bullshit. So why would we not assume that her stating that he didn't have ID was also bullshit? Is Walz qualified to do his job? I don't know. I don't live in Minnesota. I have no idea. I mean, if you want to, what's your argument that he's not? Like stuff that Trump and them have said about him? Like, we're not running with Trump has said this about Tim Walz, or Tim Walz is, scamming the state out of money because Trump said so. Like, that's not really your argument, is it? Allowing almost $1 billion to be stolen from the city, and you're getting this information from who? Like, we're not actually using Trump as evidence, are we? Or Kristi Noem, or Kash Patel? Like, can we not all agree that there is definitely some bullshit that comes out of their mouth regularly? Ours when they wouldn't do it in their own. I mean, what is it, Turd? What does that have to do with this guy getting killed? Like, why is it that people are like, they don't want to agree that, okay, this guy shouldn't have died and it was completely wrong. They go off on a completely different tangent that has absolutely nothing to do with Alex Preddy getting killed, and they're like, well, yeah, but what about when people run over federal officers? That's a completely different. Renee got brought up. There is a actual video I should show you guys. It's a 3D reenactment. There's a company that makes 3D reenactments of crime scenes based on video. And it basically shows that if she actually hit him, it was barely a nudge. And second of all, it also shows, and also the video also shows, that he was beside the vehicle when he fired his first shot. He wasn't in front. So he was already clear of getting hit. And the bullets that killed her were the ones that he fired in through the window when she was already basically past him. So we can go there too if you want. That's kind of old news, but like we can watch that video. It was but Sir Burglar, you do understand that police officers not allowed to fire on vehicles that are because people are trying to escape, right? You do understand that that's actually like law. Like you can't fire on someone just because they're trying to escape you. If you're not in immediate danger, they're not allowed to fire their weapons. So I know you want to make up an excuse. You don't like the fact that, you know, hey, she shouldn't have been doing that. Fact of the matter is, no, you can't, dude. No, you can't. Can police officers fire on... Police officers are restricted from firing on fleeing vehicles unless the driver possesses an immediate and lethal threat to officers or bystanders. We already know the police officer was beside him. You watch the video, all 3 shots, the guy was standing beside the vehicle, and she was pulling away and out to the right. Let's see. It is rarely permitted solely to stop a fleeing suspect. I don't know what you want to say. Okay, but she wasn't causing physical harm, dude. And it says specifically, police officers are restricted from firing at fleeing vehicles unless the driver possesses an immediate lethal threat. And he fired at her from beside the vehicle. I'm reading it right. I don't know what to tell you. I'm reading it right from the site. Show me a link. Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. It's saying unless there is imminent and deadly threat, was not. He was beside the vehicle when he fired on her. Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. He was in the wrong. I don't know what to tell you, dude. You cannot just fire on a vehicle that is trying to escape. I know you watch like movies or something like that, but no, they're not allowed to. It may be in movies you see, I don't know, like Clint Eastwood do it or something like that. But if somebody is fleeing in their vehicle and they're not causing you harm or immediate threat to you, you cannot fire on them. Like look it up. I just looked it up, actually. If she went down the road and hit somebody else, what then? But she wasn't, dude. And the fact that you're even questioning there is a possibility that maybe she could have when there was nobody that was actually like in immediate danger. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Like, what are you supposed to say? Oh, well, she could have gotten into a car accident 5 years later and killed somebody, so let's kill her now? Like, well, what? This is nonsense, dude. In fact, in 2005, police in the entire country of Japan fired only 9 shots. Well, I mean, the bottom line is these guys are not trained properly, right? Like, these guys they're not trained properly.
It's all fake news. It's phony stuff. It didn't happen.
Imagine how smoothly the deportations would go if all the morons in the street stopped fucking with the professionals trying to do their jobs. Imagine how much worse things could be if they weren't stopping them. Like, how many people have they arrested with no cause other than the fact that they've got different skin color? Preddy and Renee would both be alive. That is a fact, is it not? Yeah, if the officers were properly trained, you're right. They probably would be alive. I agree. You know what else, Dragoon? Like, your argument is fucking retarded because, like, you could make the same argument that somebody shouldn't go out and drive because they might get into a car accident. Anyone who's ever died in a car accident, they shouldn't have gone out that day. That's their fault. Nobody should be allowed to drive. Imagine what we see on camera is this bad when cameras are... That is exactly it, Helzig. That is exactly it. And that is exactly why they hate cameras being around, because God knows what they're trying to get away with when there's no cameras there. What that was my questions. My question was, what if idiots stopped deliberately interfering? They would still be left. Dragoon, you're allowed to protest. You're allowed to protest, Dragoon. Like, I don't know what to tell you, dude. You're allowed to drink urine. Is it a good idea? No, but you can still do it, Dragoon. It doesn't make it illegal. It doesn't make it illegal. Why are you bringing up other examples of things that you can do if you want to? There are people out there that actually drink urine. Like, it's some weird fucking sexual fantasy. There's no law against it. I'm all for Ace having body cameras. They should have body cameras, every single one of them. And on top, but the problem though is, how often do you think that they would just turn them off? Okay, but there was nobody. Okay, the example I used was a perfect example because there was nobody in harm's way when he fired his first shot. Rewatch the video. He was beside the vehicle when he fired his first shot and she was turning away from him. And that doesn't even account for the fact that the second and third shot were when he was right beside her window and obviously in no harm. So why was he firing the second and third shot? Where are ICE officers shunned for wearing masks, but it's perfectly okay for the protesters to do it? I don't care if they wear masks. I'll make fun of them for it because they're the same guys that were bitching and complaining about having to wear masks during COVID. And you know that they were. You think the cam should be on? They should be on at all times. And if they ever turn their camera off, they should immediately be kicked off the squad. Period. They searched someone's house for stolen guns from one of the vehicles. First, they served the warrant, the wrong house. Second, they took down an internal security camera. I mean, there is no accountability. You seem like purely black and white. Did the stupidity of January 6 protests not create a tragedy? They had a right to scream outside the building. That energy, terrible discretion. Okay, but so you're using another example where the protesters at January 6th brought guns, by the way. Should the protesters for the January 6th, let's call it what it is, insurrection with guns, should they have been allowed to bring guns? They can't just turn them off. All been have a 48-hour playback function. Okay, they can cover it up. How hard is it to put a piece of fucking duct tape over the lens? Or cover it with your hand or something if another officer's doing something that shouldn't be seen. And why is it so bad for people to be standing on the side with cameras? Like, why are we so defensive about innocent people standing on the side and videotaping? Why is that such a bad idea? How the hell do you know if the person is being chased by ICE? Half the time, like, you see videos where people are demanding to see their ID and ICE is even refusing to show their ID. Technically, they weren't allowed in a government building. Yeah, but they were outside. The protesters in Minnesota were outside, and the one guy who had a gun and didn't even like bring it out threateningly. It turns out he was actually legally allowed to have it there, even though we had people in chat that are listening to Kristi Noem, because Kristi Noem's like, well, he arrived with a gun, was threatening with it, and didn't have any ID on him. None of which he was legally needing to do. Like, he was legally allowed to have a gun at the protest. We just looked it up. It's right here, actually. It's still right here on the screen for you guys. It's right here, dude. We just looked it up. These are legal experts that were commenting on whether or not he should have had it. He's legally allowed to have it there. This isn't Google News. What are you talking about? The only person that is saying that he shouldn't have had it there is Donald Trump and Kristi Noem. It's his Second Amendment right to carry arms, period. And he had a permit to have a concealed weapon on top of that. Now suddenly all the fucking MAGA people are like, oh, you shouldn't have a gun. You shouldn't have a fucking gun, man. Well, what the fuck were you doing carrying a fucking gun, man? It's amazing how they've got an issue with him carrying a gun, but this Rittenhouse kid, oh, that was fine. That was okay. It was okay for all the people to have their AR-15s at the January 6th insurrection, but this guy who didn't even have his gun out and gets killed, that's suddenly a problem now. Change the rules as we go. Hey, dude, Vince, what's up, man? Like, this is now suddenly a problem. It's amazing the hypocrisy. That is actually the entertaining thing about this whole situation. Sitting in the middle and sitting there watching as the MAGA crowd sits there and tries to like defend the fact that, oh, this guy got killed, and they can't even come to it and come to be mature enough and say, all right, these officers are clearly not trained. They would rather die on that hill and say, no, it's this guy's fault, rather than say, you know what? Yeah, the officers suck. This should not have happened. Full stop. This is Minnesota law, dude. It's Minnesota law. We're looking it up right here, dude. Minnesota law. Experts widely agreed that because the state legally permitted Preddy to carry a gun, he was within his rights in Minnesota to do so, including at a protest. While some here, we'll continue. While some states' laws restrict guns at protests, Minnesota has no such laws in place. So he was legally allowed to have it there. So we can argue that it is an unfortunate incident that these extraordinarily undertrained officers heard a gun go off and immediately started firing the guys. Okay, I'm going to ask you the question again. Is it illegal for him to have had the gun there, regardless of like CCW? Is it against the law? Because here it's saying it's against. There's no such law in place. Or is CCW terms a policy and not a law? Because there's a huge fucking difference there. CCW, is that a law or is that a policy? Because if it's a policy, it's not against the law. And he was legally allowed to have it there. So I don't know if these CCW terms, I'll Google it. Let's look it up. Are CCW terms considered laws? And even if it is, let's suggest that even if it is, Should he have been killed in this situation? Dragoon, I'm not arguing that it's a horrible fucking idea, dude. And it wasn't like he was challenging the cop. He was helping a lady up off the ground. Like, are you not slightly exaggerating what he was doing? He was literally helping a lady up off the ground. The cop got pissed off because he felt all manly throwing a chick to the ground. Saw this guy help this woman up and then went ballistic and threw him to the ground and then had a bunch of cops jump on him. He would have 100% lost his CCW permit if he got out of the situation alive because he laid his hands on an officer. He helped a lady up off the ground. Funny, someone who promoted stay safe in COVID was... I don't think it's a problem to help somebody up off the ground. So do you support abolishing ICE entirely or just want reform? I don't want the situation that's going on right now. I don't have a problem with people getting deported. Like, I don't have a problem with that at all. If they're actually deporting, like, hardcore criminals. But it's been proven over and over again that they're basically going after anyone who's brown, not white. And I don't agree with that. I swear people who keep arguing this, well, Zymor, I mean, I'm going to be honest, like, it is kind of shocking for me. Too much brainwashing on Fox News. I mean, if people are using Fox News as a legitimate news source, I don't know what to tell you. I truly believe that people will watch that shit because it allows them to defend their narrative about why they hate certain things. Like, Fox News will immediately take Donald Trump's side on everything. Even if your eyes and ears show that what Donald Trump is saying is complete and utter bullshit, like what he is saying is a flat out lie, they don't care. They just don't care. Bring on the insurrection and wipe out every radical who should be labeled as a domestic terrorist? Is somebody that's carrying a camera a domestic terrorist? Like, do you not think that they're a little bit loose with that term? Do you honestly think that Renee Good, whatever her name is, or Alex Preddy are domestic terrorists? But they're not expediting it, Dragoon. They are deporting people before they've been given their due process, and you know that's true. Like, they're not being given due process; they're being locked up and then deported before they even get it. Or they'll show up to the courts and wait for the people that are going into the courts to get their due process, and they're being arrested before they get that chance. People supporting this shit that are right-wingers, which right-wing generally prefers less government, are going against their own beliefs. I mean, they're completely being hypocritical. They're suddenly against the Second Amendment, the First Amendment, I don't know all the American amendments, but it's like 4 or 5 of them that they're suddenly against. They don't like the freedom of speech. If the roles were reversed, and it was people on the right that were protesting, and they were being gunned down, like, you know how much they would be flipping out right now? Or God forbid that Obama came out and said, well, the guy shouldn't have had a gun. You know how much they'd be flipping the fuck out right now? It is actually almost comical to listen to some of these people. Sorry, I'm playing with the tape. tape measure. Don't ask me why I had a tape measure at my desk. I was just actually measuring something. Not that. But like, it is really kind of, I don't know what the word is, comical, weird, for all these people that have, they're the side that's supposed to be all pro, it's my First Amendment. You can't take away my First Amendment, my Second Amendment, all these amendments. But now suddenly they're like, oh, they shouldn't have been out there protesting, or, oh, they shouldn't have been out there carrying a gun. If the roles were reversed and this was a MAGA person with a red MAGA hat on and they got shot in the middle of the street, God, shit would erupt, dude. Shit would absolutely erupt if that happened. I cannot even imagine how much people would be flipping out right now. And they got no answer for that because they know it's true. They absolutely know it's true. People who show up to interfere with... Hold on, that scrolled by. Let me reread that. People who show up and interfere in federal elections, I love how you want to say, oh, they were just standing there peacefully recording on the sidewalk. You don't think that Alex Preddy was just peacefully, like, what was he doing? He helped a lady up and then he got dragged down to the ground and shot. Like, what was he doing that wasn't peaceful? Also, right-wingers are pro-life. Only if those people are on their side, if they're wearing a MAGA hat. Again, I'll say it right now. If the roles were reversed and it was somebody, if it was the right that was arguing for something that they wanted, and somebody got shot the way that Alex Preddy did, they would be livid right now. They would be absolutely flipping the fuck out. Answer the question. You prescribe mental health? Who are you talking to, Shady? Honestly, I'd just ban this twat. I mean, I don't know who he's talking to. Who's prescribed mental health medication? I could be easily labeled as a domestic terrorist due to the training I've been. Can't call someone terrorist without evidence. I mean, you can't call somebody a domestic terrorist because they're sitting there filming with their phone. Like, that is not what a domestic terrorist is. I'm sorry. And why is it that they're so worried about being filmed? What are they hiding? That makes me want to tell people that you definitely should be out there filming. Like, what is it that they're trying to get away with? Why do they hate it so much when people are filming them? I'm not going to argue in bad faith, just make jokes like mental health. Pretty sure there wasn't protests. Certain some thoughts. I'm not sure. Are you talking about Trump? I'm not sure. Or are you talking about what's his name? Charlie Kirk. I mean, I'm not saying that I agree with Charlie Kirk being shot. Like, I'm not sure what you're suggesting here. They're avoiding accountability. Not one of them has disagreed with me on my point, though. None of them have disagreed with me on my point that if the roles were reversed and this was a MAGA supporter and they happened to get shot, that they wouldn't be absolutely fucking livid right now. And that just proves my point. It just proves my point. If the situation were reversed, I don't know, like they were protesting, I don't know, whatever. Somebody got arrested. Okay, somebody got arrested. Let's say they arrested Charlie Kirk. He got arrested instead of shot or something like that. And MAGA started like protesting and they had all their signs. And somebody showed up with a concealed weapon and ended up getting shot execution style on the street. Oof. Come on. We know there would have been an eruption here. No one wants to disagree with that, huh? No one wants to say, no, we would have been okay with it. We would have said, oh, fuck it. He should have been there with a gun. Is that what you're going to tell me? No? All right. All right. Them not protesting when Kirk was shot kind of says they didn't really care about Kirk as much as you think. You didn't even know who the dude was until he got shot. I think I'd probably heard of him. Well, I know I'd heard of him because I like talking about politics and stuff like that. I definitely didn't agree with a lot of what he said. You know, but I don't know. It's weird. Still nobody, huh? I've given you like what 5-10 minutes, and no one's willing to say, "Yeah, you're wrong." I would have had no problem with the MAGA redheaded guy getting executed in the middle of a street. You guys would have been okay with that? You would have said, "Yeah, he should have been there. That's his fault. He should have been at home." Okay, we'll just leave it at that then. You just really want the fighting to stop? I don't want another person shot by ICE. Not even most cringe MAGA. Then they shouldn't. Then the officers shouldn't be shooting on innocent people. How about that? How about these officers that are woefully, like, completely undertrained, should not be there in the first place? How about we start with that? How about we start with officers that are not trained to handle situations should not be in those situations? That is kind of the problem right now, isn't it? Like, they're hiring people that have no idea what they're doing. And I don't know, they're just meatheads with like testosterone issues or something, and they're angry at the world and just wanting to take it out on people. He wasn't resisting arrest, dude. He wasn't resisting arrest. He was helping a lady up, got dragged to the ground, and 10 seconds later he was shot. De-escalation. That is the first thing that you, like, one of the first things that you start to learn in security or policing is how to de-escalate. I'm going to let you, like, I've sort of hinted at this before. I used to work at nightclubs for like years. And part of my time working at nightclubs, I was a doorman. So we were constantly having to deal with like issues. But one of the big issues, and then I was also a manager of nightclubs. One of the big issues that you'd have with these meatheads that work as doormen is they don't know how to de-escalate a situation. Like, they're looking for a fight. And I kind of like compare the two. Like, I had some really good doormen, and I like to include myself in that, where they knew how to de-escalate a situation. A couple of them were the biggest guys in the world, but they knew how to de-escalate a situation, never had a punch thrown at them. Like, they never had a punch thrown at them. And they're what I kind of like compare to like a proper, well-trained police officer. And then there were meatheads that were there that were basically there because they wanted to act like tough guys. They're big meatheads, and they were there to try and act tough and look cool in front of women. That's basically why they had their jobs. They thought they were cool as shit. And I kind of compare those to the ICE officers. They don't know how to de-escalate the situation. It was the ICE officer that escalated the situation to begin with. Let's be clear. He had no reason to even push the female on her ass like the way he did. And then when he saw that this Alex Preddy guy was trying to help her up, he continued to escalate the situation by dragging him off of her for no reason at all, pepper spraying him, and then getting all of his other officers over there. Had he been trained properly, he wouldn't have gotten to that point, and it wouldn't have resulted in this Alex Preddy guy getting killed. Yeah, exactly, Sokins. She was trying to de-escalate. Dude, I'm not mad at you. And from what we understand, they drove up that road and were simply trying to do a fucking U-turn. And they were even waving the other cars to go by them to not get in their way. And yet these meatheads jump out of their truck and start flipping out for no reason. Like literally no reason at all. She had waved them to go past her. She was trying not to get in their way, and they were going to drive away. Like they had no reason to get out of the truck. They were being dicks. Thanks, Mike. Appreciate that, man. Thank you very much. And both deaths are a direct result of poorly trained officers. Properly trained officers would never have come to any of that. So the fact that they were even allowed to be in that situation to begin with was poor judgment, and not on the part of the people that were peacefully protesting, or the two women that were simply trying to do a U-turn. Like that should never have gone to that point. Renee, second-degree murder by the cop, but Preddy. I mean, I don't know how you can say that the guy that how Preddy was not like a murder. He was helping a woman up off the ground, and he got dragged down in 10 seconds. He wasn't even like resisting arrest. He was on his knees and bent over, like trying to cover himself up because he was getting punched and kicked, and had the pepper spray bottle being slammed into his head. Like. And then they shot him. And you know why they shot him? Because a gunshot went off, and they just immediately thought it was him. Like, they assumed that it was him, and then they started firing into him. Would you ever take... I don't know what that is, Klept. I have no idea what that is. Flirt Surgus, the first shot wasn't fired until he was already beside the vehicle, and he was no longer in danger. So regardless of whether she like gently bumped him or not, it's not a reason to kill someone. So you can't execute someone because they nudge you with a car. Sorry, dude. This will help you understand why ICE is so violent. This is going to be an excuse. I can hear it right now. You have to think more state of emergency and with the Biden. Why is it the right is like trying to blame Biden for this? Are you serious? State of emergency. What the Biden admin did was a betrayal of our nation. We were livid. We want swift executive action. Then why don't you do it the same way that Obama did it? Because Obama was kicking people out of the country at a far faster pace. We want people physically grabbed and arrested on the spot. These are not Americans; they are invaders. But dude, they're grabbing people that are Americans. That is an overwhelmingly huge part of the problem. They're grabbing people that are actually legal Americans and treating them like this. Not in the phone video from the video I've seen. Hold on, let me see it. There is a company that did a 3D reenactment based on the videos that were provided. They're able to do an exact 3D reenactment software. Let's see if I can find it. If I can find it. Found it. I actually found it really quickly. Okay, So this company here, they are able to take video and do exact 3D reenactments. And there is one video. Here, there is a video that shows it. Like if you guys can see where the street is going up here, there's a video from over on this side that appears to show the officer here getting basically like run over by the vehicle, when in fact it wasn't the case. And I will show you another video as well that shows that he fired on her when he was already beside the left wheel well. I can't believe we're actually doing this again, guys. Anyways, the vehicle that the video that was taken from over here was sped up like to like 3 or 4 times the speed of of how fast the vehicle was actually going. And it was proven that they edited the video to make it look like the vehicle was going a lot faster than it did. Why would they do that, you might ask? Why would they edit the video? The right will use immigration as excuse to cover up the rest of the corruption. I mean, they're using up like a bunch of made up shit. Like now they're trying to suggest that Tim Walz was involved in like money laundering and shit like that or whatever, and it's just a bullshit reason to get their base to hate someone with no actual evidence whatsoever. I'm talking about the ICE. Yeah, this agent right here. This agent right here, right? We all know like there's only one ICE agent you can be talking about, dude. We've all seen this video 100 times, but apparently you haven't seen this video. Hold on. Where's the sound? Why is this not? There's no okay. First of all, the fact that you're even suggesting body cam proves to me that you don't know what you're talking about. There is no body cam footage. He was holding a cell phone. Okay, so I mean, right there, that shows to me that you really aren't very knowledgeable about the situation. Anyways.
Using the same video forensic tools as agencies like the FBI, this nonprofit group is giving us a unique look at Rene Good's fatal shooting.
We're based in Paris, France, and we specialize in visual forensics.
Francesco Sebregandi says he and his colleagues at Index are able to combine videos and create animations based on frame matching between multiple videos and photogrammetry, which Index says provides highly accurate measurements of time and distance that allows them to create animations.
And so, for example, we can place in the 3D model the vehicle exactly in the position as we see them in the images, but then are able to look at the scene from another.
So do you understand what they're doing here, right? Like they can take video recording from different angles and put together a 3D model. You are keeping up with this, right? You're not just like AFKing at the moment because it doesn't meet your narrative, correct?
Angle, because we have a 3D model of the scene.
The videos show angles from behind Good's car, from above, and from the video recording by the phone of the agent who fired the shots. Here is what Index concluded. The study is inconclusive as to whether Good's car actually did or did not make contact with the ICE agent in front of it. The Index study says it is clear that the agent was seen alongside the car as it turns to the right and is no longer a threat of running him down.
So just to be clear, they're showing that where he was standing when he fired the first shot was beside the vehicle as it was turning away from him. So he was not in any more danger. And you can see here, this is where he's firing his second and third shot from, which, by the way, forensics has shown that it was his second and third shot that actually killed her, not the first one. So I don't know if you know much about policing, but when a cop fires a gun, they've got to write up a separate report for every bullet fired. And he's got to give an actual reason for why he fired that shot. And she was trying to get away is not considered a valid reason. It's not considered a valid reason in these cases. So his second and third shots are basically completely, like, that is murder at that point. He's not allowed to take these shots at all. That is without question. The question is should he even have been taking the first shot? We'll continue to watch the video. I'll back it up a little bit.
Here is what Index concluded. The study is inconclusive as to whether Good's car actually did or did not make contact with the ICE agent in front of it. The index study says it is clear that the agent was seen alongside the car as it turns to the right and is no longer a threat of running him down. And at this point, he fires a second shot at Good through the driver's side window, and then a third.
He was not in immediate physical danger, as
why is he firing these shots?
With regards to the second and third shot, as I think it can be seen when we freeze the video itself, but also more clearly once we change angle within a 3D model.
With Good mortally wounded, the car goes out of control down the street and crashes. DHS's use of force policy says that an agent should avoid placing him.
Sergeris, he's not allowed to fire those shots because he's no longer in immediate danger. He's not allowed to. It's simple as that, dude. He's not allowed to fire those shots. And second of all, the video actually showed that it's inconclusive as to whether or not you cannot Sergeris. It is clear you're not a police officer. You cannot fire on somebody if your life is no longer in danger. You just simply can't. I'm sorry that bothers you. And I know you want to make up an excuse for, you hate this chick because she's a lesbian or something like that. I don't know what your reasoning is for it. But they had no reason to fire those second and third shots. I should have never placed himself in danger in front of the vehicle. Well, I mean, that comes along with the basic training, which is very clear that they're missing. She wasn't a danger to the immediate public when she was pulling away Sergeris. There was nobody that was in front of her that she was going to hit. There's no evidence that there was anyone in danger at that point. There's no evidence that she hit him either, actually. I'm joining ICE instead of new Barbie calm. No, dude. I'd turn around and start shooting some of the ICE officers for being idiots. Besides, I'm not racist enough. I'm not racist enough to be in ICE. That's clear. Like, I wouldn't be arresting people because they're Mexican or Hispanic or whatever. So I wouldn't make the cut. When they asked me, the first question that they'd ask me during the interview is how much do you hate Hispanics? And I'd say I don't hate them. They'd be like, okay, this interview is over. Sorry, you didn't get the job. We don't need to look it up because you're wrong. Yeah, well, it's not that we have looked it up. Like, they've even said this like many times. Any police officer will tell you that you cannot fire on a moving vehicle simply because they're fleeing. She hit him so hard with the car that he never even lost his footing. You know what else they found out to be completely untrue? Remember what, was it Kristi Noem that said that he was at the hospital with internal bleeding? The fire department reported he never actually went to the hospital. He didn't have internal bleeding, Sergeris. Again, you're getting your information from Kristi Noem. The fire department reported he never even reported to the hospital. Yeah, you need to stop listening to Kristi Noem, dude. NBC says what? That he had internal bleeding, or they were reporting that Kristi Noem said that he had internal bleeding. See the difference? Are there actually people that are saying that Kristi Noem is telling the truth? Like, when you're listening to Kristi Noem speak, you're sitting there going, "Yeah, okay, she's legit. She's telling the truth." Lovely Mangoes, they don't make anywhere near that. We looked that up the other day. They start off at like $40,000 a year. They make shit. That's probably part of the reason that they have shit officers. Well, just link it, dude. Link it in my chat. And are they quoting Kristi Noem, or did they actually go to the hospital? Because when they asked the fire department said, no, there's no record of him going to the hospital at all. I'm using an ad blocker. Hold on. So again, it's the source is Kristi Noem. The source is Kristi Noem, the same person who was defending the ICE officer in Minnesota for executing Alex Preddy, and saying that he came there brandishing a gun and was being threatening, when the video clearly shows that that is complete and utter bullshit. So can we find somebody other than Kristi Noem? I mean, in all honesty, if it says Kristi Noem, the Homeland Security Secretary, previously acknowledged that Ross was taken to the hospital. We saw the guy walk away. He did not look like he'd just been slammed with a fucking car. Is that before or after? That's before taxes, Balverine. You think $54,000 a year in Canada is good? Dude, come on. That was good like 10 years ago. Second guy was pretty bad. Pretty bad, huh? I mean, it's clear that the officer in Renee Good's case shot her from the side of the vehicle, so he was no longer in any immediate danger. Whether or not he was hit, and if he was hit at all, it was like he was barely nudged. Like, she wasn't going that fast. It's not like she was going 50 kilometers an hour. Like, he wouldn't, even if she hit him head on at that speed, he wouldn't have been hurt. Yes, and who's that reported by, Surrogus? Because that article, the person that they're getting the information from is Kristi Noem. Again, I'm asking you for a source other than Kristi Noem said, because there's no hospital record of him actually being in the hospital. That's what I'm telling you. There's no record of him actually being at the hospital. So Kristi Noem said so doesn't really fly when it's pretty clear that Kristi Noem is lying through her fucking teeth all the time. Average for what? 25 to 34 in Canada. I think that's like minimum wage in Canada, isn't it? That woman was an idiot who interfered with law enforcement. How did she interfere with law enforcement? She was trying to do a U-turn on a road because the road was blocked, and was even waving them past so she wasn't blocking them. And even through the video, you see that one police ICE vehicle went around her, and she was waving the second vehicle, who escalated the situation, got out of their vehicle, and then went at her because, for whatever reason. If she was intentionally blocking the car, why was she waving people to go by? I don't watch CNN, dude. I'm not even in fucking America, dude. Like, yeah, I don't know why you're throwing that down. I don't even live in the U.S. And the video shows that she's waving them around, and she even asked them, just go around, go around. She said that when they pulled up, and they had more than enough room to go around. It's not like she was actually like blocking their way out. So I like, would it have been that difficult for them to go around? Yeah, I like how it's immediately you're watching fucking CNN. These are probably people that watch Fox News, and they're going on about me watching CNN when I don't. Like, I'm showing one video that was shown on CNN here, but I don't. I'm not even American, dude. Ross has had. I don't. What does this have to do with whether or not he should have shot Renee Gold? You're talking about something that happened after the incident. What does that have to do with whether or not he should have? Like, why are you bringing that up? That has nothing to do with whether or not he should have shot her. He's had several threats against his life. Okay. What does that have to do with whether or not he should have shot her or not? Well, I don't understand what the point is of you bringing that up. Should he have his life threatened right now? No, probably not. But why is it so hard to say, yeah, you know what? He fucked up. He's undertrained. He should not have. Saying that because it's not just one person saying that. But that you're talking about a completely separate incident. You're talking about him being threatened after the fact. That is a completely separate instance than him shooting somebody. And my point is, he shouldn't have shot her in the first place. Should he be getting death threats as well? No. Why is it so hard to admit both? That both are wrong? Dragoon, you do that. He did say like 4 times, get out of the car? Yeah? That doesn't mean that you can shoot the person. That doesn't mean that you can just open up and shoot somebody, dude. Again, you're trying to make an excuse for why he should have shot her. Fact of the matter is, he shouldn't have shot her. Period. End of story. Why is that so hard to admit? The guy was in the wrong. He should not have fired her. Full stop. Why is it so hard to say, yeah, you know what? These guys aren't trained well enough. These guys are way out of their training. Like, they should not be there in the first place. Why is that so hard? Why is it so hard to do that? Sokins, who did? You don't think it was a terrible shot either? Like, how is it not terrible? Well, I mean, it's kind of a waste of his time to create the account here and come into my chat and get absolutely destroyed in our little argument. So, I mean, he's pretty bad at rage baiting if he's just going to come in and lose an argument as poorly as he has. Now he's agreeing with me. Like, I mean, that wasn't that hard. He shouldn't have shot her. Period. End of story. It was an absolutely fucking terrible decision. And again, this is because of poor training. And if they're not properly trained to be in those situations, what the fuck are they doing in those situations? Why is that so hard to say? Why is that so hard to say? Like, that would have solved all the problems here. If the people that weren't properly trained to be in those situations weren't in those situations, none of this happens. Right? So why can't we just leave it at that? Why do ICE agents cover their face and not have proper body cams? Well, we know why. We know why. We also know why they don't like the fact that people are video recording them. Like, if they were actually doing a good job, they were doing their job properly, if they're properly trained, there wouldn't be a problem. Can we not? I've said this like now 10 times, and I still haven't seen any of these guys that are obviously like right-wing, MAGA, whatever. Why is it you cannot admit that these guys are poorly trained and shouldn't be in this situation to begin with? Is that not basically the bottom line here? They've hired on, like, whatever it is, hundreds or thousands of these dudes that have no experience whatsoever, and they're put into situations that they should be in, and they're reacting in ways that they shouldn't be. Is that not like really not what the bottom line is? Why is that hard to say that? Anyways, what's going on? What else is going on in news here? Let's see what's going on in news. This video isn't here. We'll restart this. Let's see here. I was going to talk about the U.S. dollar.
That's a challenge. And in theory, Minnesota has not foreclosed on that possibility. But, Lindsay, it would be difficult. Federal law enforcement officers enjoy.
Because they're delusional? Dude, I even repeated it. Why can't people just come out and say this? They're not trained properly. Why is that so hard? Still not a single one of them have said, yeah, okay, you're right. They're not trained properly. When it very clearly is. Any Canadian news? You want to go? I can go over some Canadian news. You know what the news story of the day is in Canada? I actually made a video on it this morning. It's on my YouTube channel. Alodar for Prime Minister? Never. We have the best Prime Minister in the world right now. So I would agree too that they handle immigration. That's really all they should be doing is handling immigration. Like, why are they busting people like Americans out of their cars? The riding and shit is way out of their league. It is. So why are they there? Why can't local PD? Well, who's going to do the rest of the policing work? Like, you've come into a city, and there's people rioting and stuff like that, and police generally have like a limited number of people that are working there, and they've got their regular police working that are doing other stuff. Like there's other stuff that the local police have got to deal with as well, right? Anyways, you want to talk about Canadian news? You want to hear what the big news story of the day is? I think this is hilarious, actually. Think a second civil war will occur? I mean, hopefully not. But I guess we'll wait and see. Have you guys seen that meme where Canadians are watching politics from like their living room, and it shows what's his name, Matthew, guy from Friends, but he's just sitting there in the window like eating popcorn, and he's just watching like the American news, and he's looking across the street, and there's just like flames and shit blowing up. Canadian no, you want to know what the so I will tell you a little bit about what's happening in Canadian news today. So our government just came back into session yesterday, actually. And you know how pissed off Donald Trump was with you guys know about Mark Carney and his remarks that he made at Davos, right? The speech that everyone's raving about. Like all around the world, they're talking about this speech that Mark Carney made, right? And he got he's only the third person that got a round of applause for his speech in Davos. But if you haven't watched the speech, go watch it. It was widely regarded as one of the best speeches of this century so far. Anyways, he did. It pissed off Donald Trump because basically the world was kind of like saying, okay, it's time to move on from America. It's time to go around them and not have to deal with their fucking bullshit anymore, and how they try to use economic bullshit to try and punish countries. And it pissed off Donald Trump because that takes away a lot of America's power if they're not able to do that anymore. So Donald Trump had what is his frickin' name? Scott Bassett? Is it Scott Bassett, right? Anyways, he had Scott Bassett go on Fox News last night and claim that Donald Trump he was in the office, and Donald Trump was talking to Mark Carney, and that Carney was basically like completely like reversing everything that he had said at Davos and all this other shit with no evidence to back this up. Now this is what's it? Is this Scott Bassett? Well, I just want to make sure I've got the name right. Bessent, Scott Bessent, Secretary of Treasury. So this dude here, he came on to the news last night on Fox. So take that as you will if you think Fox is a legitimate news source. I mean, I don't know what to tell you. But basically said that Mark Carney was basically saying, I take back everything that I said, and was reversing course immediately. And then Fox also reported that Carney chickened out of their deal or our deal with China and would not be making a deal with China anymore. So obviously completely bullshit news reporting, which is typical for Fox News. And then when Mark Carney was asked about it today, live on camera on our national news station, he was asked about the conversation. He said, I meant what I said. I told Trump that I meant what I said. And I meant every word of it in Davos. And that was like Carney's on record, on camera saying this a second time. So it basically contradicts what Bessent said. And he's got no like evidence to go with. It's basically them trying to make themselves look like they are, the tough guys or whatever, and pushing people around because that's what their base likes to see. The Chinese EV deal is not canceled. And see, this is the problem is Trump came out and said, if you make a fucking deal with China, we're going to put 100% tariffs on you. And Carney's like, the fuck are you talking about? And he's like, oh. Carney basically said, okay, go ahead. Like, we're going through with the deal. So the deal with China is still on. And in fact, China has already, and I'm going to show you evidence for why this deal, these tariffs are so bad for America. Okay. And I'm going to show you some exact examples basically of what damage this is doing to the American economy. So Trump getting into a war with all of these other countries, the other countries are just saying, fine, fuck it. We're just going to work around you and we're not going to work with you anymore, and are just kind of like going around the U.S. and working with everyone else instead. So this deal that Carney had made with China was to drop tariffs on goods between each country. So our deal with them was that we would drop tariffs from whatever it is, 100% down to 6%. On their electric vehicles, and we'd allow between 50 and 70,000 vehicles a year into the country, which is like, it's like 3% of our total market. It's like a small, tiny amount. And in exchange for that, China would drop their tariffs on canola, which is a huge industry here in Canada for our farmers. The seafood tariffs that they had, and there was one more. There's a third one. Anyways, and they also agreed to remove their ban on Canadian beef and BC lumber. And the reason why this is big is because the U.S. or they used to buy a lot of their lumber from the U.S. But when the U.S. struck China with tariffs, China immediately canceled all their purchases of lumber, of beef, all that sort of stuff. And now instead they're buying that from Canada. So these tariffs, all they're doing is they're forcing countries to not buy and sell through the U.S., but now they're finding other markets to buy and sell from. And it's hurting the U.S. economy. And one of the reasons why the U.S. economy is doing well right now is because of AI. If it wasn't for AI, there would be a lot of people suffering right now. And if that starts to slow down or, whatever, then what's going to happen when AI starts to take over a lot of jobs? There's going to be a lot of people out of work. But anyways, that's just an example as to why these tariffs that Trump is putting on to the U.S. is actually really damaging to their economy. Not only are Americans paying basically all the tariffs, they're also losing out on a lot of these contracts. Like the amount of sales that China has already, we've had this deal for 1 week. The amount of canola oil, I think it's 60 tons of canola seed that they've already bought from Canada. What if you use AI at your job? Yeah, but eventually, what if that AI starts to replace you? No, it's just canola, but it was basically just canola that we were selling to them anyways. Lovely mangoes. People will find new jobs. Yeah, but are you going to find it as good of a job? Right? This is not real me. This is AI Alodar. So it is actually like this is, and you can talk to there's one guy that I see on one of the talk shows. He's an economist, and I know he's got a podcast that he does as well. But he's been on several of the news shows, and he goes around to like all of them. I've seen him on Fox, CNN, like all of them, and he's basically said there's not a single like economist that has any like serious like economic background that would agree that these tariffs are. What the hell's going on? Where's the snow? We don't get snow where I live, so. Oz Eve? No, dude. I was watching him earlier today, actually. When farm machinery came out, how many jobs got lost from that? But yeah, anyways, so China has already, they've already bought like a ridiculous amount in agriculture. And this is stuff that they would have bought possibly from America before, but they're just saying, no, forget it. Like, we're just not buying from them anymore. And you think that China's not going to take their opportunity to damage the American economy by doing this? Like, if they've got a chance to say, you know what, we're not going to buy from America anymore. We're going to buy from Canada. We're going to buy. Oil was the other one. They put in massive orders for oil now as well. Like, to the point where, like, I would be shocked if we don't have an announcement for a new oil pipeline being built in the next coming months. And why? Because America took over the Venezuelan oil, which hardly produces any oil at all. And China used to buy their oil from Venezuela, and now they're like, okay, that was part of their deal with Carney, is they need more oil. And we've got a lot. We've got like the third largest reserves in the world for oil. AI has the potential to kill most entry-level jobs in droves en masse. I mean, there's not just like entry-level jobs, but there's a lot of jobs out there. They've got free taxis in Las Vegas that are basically like, you know, they're driverless cabs. Like, if you're a driver, even like I'm talking like a taxi cab driver, or even somebody that like maybe bus drivers or something in the future, I could totally see in 20 years, bus drivers are, they're going to be completely like AI driven. China and USA will decouple soon, but right now both parties need each other. I don't know that China needs the U.S. as much as you think, dude. I don't know if China needs the U.S. as much as you think. They're literally selling with the rest of the world, and they don't give a fuck. I don't see a reason that McDonald's can't be 90% automated. I mean, you're already going into McDonald's. There's McDonald's where you place your own order now. Like, I think there's one here in Vancouver where basically like 90% of the orders are done at the like little stands or whatever. So they're already getting rid of the people at the front counter. Basically, they're gonna just have one person at the front counter just to hand out the food. They'll have the cooks or whatever still making the food, but the people taking the orders will probably be gone soon. Wait till it's a robot that doesn't understand how to evenly toast the buns. You know what, dude? I've told this many times on stream. I used to work at McDonald's for like 5 or 6 years when I was a kid. There's definitely some quality issues that McDonald's employees don't follow when making food. like if food is like was like too old to serve, but you'd be like, oh, we're just gonna give it to the person anyways. Robots aren't gonna do that. If they're told, hey, listen, it's got a 20-minute shelf life. After that, throw it in the garbage. They're not gonna sit there and in their mind go, you know what? It's only been 35 minutes. Let's just give it to them. It's been in the warmer. Let's just reheat it. Let's just reheat it quickly. Anyways, so that's what the big news is in Canada, was that Scott Bessent said that Mark Carney worked back what he said at Davos, and Mark Carney came out and said, no, I didn't do any of that. Won't ever forget your fork. Yeah, you won't ever have to ask, hey, where's my straw? Where's my ketchup? Like, it'll all be done. It's going to happen, and I think it's going to happen relatively quickly. All right, what else do we have? Do we have any, let me look to see if we've got any protests going on right now. Got one here so far. St. Louis. This is one that I haven't seen on here before. Let me look for the Minnesota ones though. Here's another. Speaking of which, here's another news story. So this is Beijing is welcoming what's his name, Starmer from the UK, the UK Prime Minister. So again, this is a direct result of everything that is going on with the U.S. right now, and Mark Carney kind of leading the way here. Now the UK Prime Minister is going over to China. First time that they've been there in a decade. You probably, I think he arrived there today, actually. So tomorrow, the next couple of days, they'll probably have a couple of days worth of meetings. I think the leader of France, Macron, was there a couple of days ago as well. So I think, like, you're going to see people making deals with China. Like, this American policy is just pushing people towards China to make deals with them. If you think that's good for America, I don't know what to tell you, because people have this idea in their heads that China is still this country that makes cheap shit. And they're not really like a powerhouse in the way of like electronics or cars or stuff like that. This is not the China of 30 years ago. This stuff that is coming out of China now is top quality shit. Same as like the living conditions that Chinese people have as well. Like, it is not the same as the videos that you saw when you were, 30 years ago. You got 15 inches of snow and freezing your balls off. Well, I live in Canada, dude. It was sunny today. Sunny, and it was kind of warm. It's like 5 degrees Celsius out or something. On paper, there are still NATO allies on paper, but that doesn't mean that you can't make deals with China, right? Like, America has a deal with China. Why can't the rest of the countries? But a lot. Yeah, I live in Vancouver. The rest of the countries, like, now they're just going to go and make deals with China. So all you're doing is with all this tariff shit is you're just pushing people to go and make deals with other countries. 42 Celsius. Where the hell do you live? I think you'd probably live in Australia, maybe, or something. Central Alberta, it's always cold as shit. Yeah, I would not want to be in Alberta. Is that like Red Deer or something like that? No, thank you, man. You're in Red Deer? I haven't been to Red Deer in several years, but actually, my grandparents lived in Red Deer before they moved out to BC and started to have a family. Medicine Hat as well. I only see Pi Opa during pyrophobic streams. He's Pyrophobics is from New Zealand, though, right? Hamilton, New Zealand, I believe. But yeah, I'll be back to streaming EVE Online. I still play daily, but I am wanting to get my just chatting stuff going, and then I do the EVE stuff at night. So Look at rent in Red Deer in Vancouver, and you'll change your mind pretty quick. No, dude, I wouldn't. I know Red Deer is cheaper, and I would still not live in Alberta. Like, I would rather pay twice as much for rent out here than live in Alberta. I'm sorry. I know that, that's usually the first go-to that Albertans use is, oh, you're paying ridiculous amount. No, I live 2 blocks from the ocean, dude, and you know what? It's not snowing here, and it's unlikely to snow here this year. It didn't snow here last year. I'm good. Yeah, nobody wants to live there. That's why it's cheap. That's why it's cheap. Okay, let me see what else I can find as far as news goes here, guys. But anyways, yeah, this is kind of a big thing. Maybe not here so much, but you should pay attention to this sort of shit. The UK Prime Minister, because of how tariffs are affecting the UK, they're now going to look to do deals with countries like China. And that is kind of the effect that Donald Trump is having. That's not good for your economy, by the way. If you're wondering, like, that is just not good. Let's see here. Let's see if I can find. Apparently, there's a man is lunged at Ilhan Omar during a town hall and tried to spray her with some shit. They didn't say what the shit was though. But hey, thank you very much for following, dude. Again, if you guys are okay with this type of content, there's all my social. Why did that not work? I'll have to figure out why that didn't work. My bot not working? Maybe my bot's not working. Oh, we were going to talk about how the Democrats are now going to possibly trying to impeach Kristi Noem. And we have been talking about her a lot today.
Yes, good afternoon, Chris.
Good
Thank
afternoon.
you for having me on. Kristi Noem is a despicable, corrupt, pathological liar. We've seen her slander not just one, but 2 American citizens, patriotic Americans who were killed without justification on the streets of Minneapolis in the last few weeks.
While you guys are watching this, answer this question. I enjoy debating people with different opinions of my own. I enjoy it as well, as long as it's kind of kept mature. Like, that's why I do this. And I tell people, hey, if you're like my Eve content, but you're not really into this content, just, if you see me in just chatting, just don't come into my stream at that point if you don't like that sort of stuff. Or you can, come back another day or whatever, because I will still be streaming Eve online. So.
She's deeply unqualified. She never should have been confirmed.
Oh, the question. Okay, so 2 questions. One, do you guys think Kristi Noem is qualified to do her job? That's number 1. I'm particularly interested to hear from those of you that are, pro MAGA or pro Trump. Like, do you think Kristi Noem is actually qualified to do her job? And second of all, who do you think is going to be the next president of the United States? Who do you think is going to be the next president of the United States? I have my thoughts on that.
To begin with, by Senate Republicans, and House Democrats have called.
Oh, I'm going to interrupt this again because it pertains to what I was saying earlier. Accept cookies, fuck it. Canada's oil industry thrives as sales to China soar. So again, this is all thanks to America. Thank you, America. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
For her to be fired immediately. And in the event that she is not terminated, we are prepared to initiate impeachment proceedings against her in the House of Representatives.
Well, the president has given no indication that he's ready to fire her or even thinking about it. And you, as I don't need to tell you, are in the minority. So how do you do that? I mean, what can you do? Have you spoken to the speaker? Do you have any sense that there are Republicans who would stand by you in an impeachment process?
I have to build a case so that we can convince a handful of Republicans, as we have done on other issues, that the time is now to hold the Department of Homeland Security accountable for their behavior. They are conducting themselves like a paramilitary organization, as opposed to protecting the health, the safety, and the well-being of the American people. They are violently targeting American citizens and law-abiding immigrant families.
Job? Do you think she's qualified for her job?
And it's unacceptable, it's unconscionable, and it's un-American. We're prepared to hold hearings, as we've done in other instances, and use every tool available to make sure that Kristi Noem is held accountable. But even more importantly, of course, we support the effort by Leader Chuck Schumer and Senate Democrats to force common sense changes to the Department of Homeland Security so that these law enforcement agencies...
Let's just calm down. She's head of, was it Department of Security? She's basically like the person that's head of this ICE shit.
Are behaving like every other law enforcement agency in the country, as opposed to like a paramilitary organization, which is what the American people have seen on the streets of Minneapolis.
Are there conversations going on with Republicans to make that happen? Do you see any reasonable expectation that the government is not going to shut down at the end of the week?
What has been proposed by Senate Democrats, which is something that we, of course, strongly support, is that there are bipartisan bills related to other aspects of the government that should move forward to avoid an extended shutdown in other areas. The issue before us is making sure that ICE, of course, is brought under control in ways that taxpayer dollars are not being spent to kill American citizens or brutalize everyday Americans. We know taxpayer dollars should actually...
See, lovely. That's exactly why they probably got rid of the other guy too, Bovino or whatever his name is. That's probably one of the major reasons why they got rid of him, is because the guy was just marching around like he was some Nazi soldier with his little Nazi trench coat and stuff like that. Like it just looked bad, especially with the way he handled the press conference. And basically put all the blame on the person. He didn't even call the person that got shot. He basically said it was his ICE agents that were, people should feel bad for. It was just ridiculous, the press conference that he gave. So
be spent to make life more affordable for the American people. It's shocking to me that over a year has passed since Donald Trump was inaugurated. This guy promised to lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down. They've gone up. They're ripping health care away from the American people. And now mass federal agents on American streets are killing American citizens in cold blood. That's all unacceptable. And we were
rolling around in a trench coat. It was like the trench coat was designed after the old SS officer coats. I think he even like that's fairly clear, and they wonder why people call them Nazis. It's like, you don't want to be called a Nazi. Stop acting like a Nazi. Stop looking like a Nazi. Stop, We
really need to make some changes to change direction here.
I understand, Leader Jeffries, that there are things you firmly believe, and I think many Democrats believe should be done. But the real question, again, is what can be done? What are you willing to do? What can you do?
Well, as we've done in the past, we're going to make our case to the American people. There were a lot of folks who never believed that the Epstein files would be released in a way that would be forced by the Congress in a bipartisan way over the objection of Donald Trump. We passed legislation to be able to do that, force Donald Trump to sign it. And now, of course, we've got to compel the Department of Justice to actually comply with a bipartisan law that was enacted. We passed a law in the House of Representatives, sent it over to the Senate to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits for 3 years. Nobody thought that was possible, but all 213 Democrats, joined by 17 Republicans, were able to get that done. Abraham Lincoln once made the observation, public sentiment is everything. With it, nothing can fail. Without it, nothing can succeed. And so our goal right now is to continue to make the case to the American people who know that the behavior of ICE and other law enforcement agencies within the Department of Homeland Security is immoral and it's illegal and it's not what they've signed up for. The Trump administration has gone way too far, and public pressure can lead to decisive action in the Congress, as we have seen over the last several months.
Some of that public pressure is coming from pulpits. Newark Cardinal Joseph Tobin is urging church members to tell lawmakers to vote against additional funding for immigration agencies. Here's what he said.
If we are serious about putting our faith in action, we need to say no. How will you say no? In this week when an appropriations bill is going to be considered in Congress, will you contact your your congressional representatives, the senators and representative from your district? We ask them for the love of God and the love of human beings, which can't be separated. Vote against.
You know who I actually think is the evil person in the Trump administration is Stephen Miller. I think of all the people in the administration that are bad, he is by far the worst. He's the most despicable human being of all of them, I think. And I honestly think that he is one of the guys that is really guiding Trump to do what he's doing. I think there's a lot of conversations that the two of them are having, and I think Stephen Miller has Donald Trump's ear. I think that guy is pure evil. Obama was removing more illegals than Trump, but they weren't Ramboing into cities. I know. Why is it that we need to do this whole kamikaze Rambo? Let's go in and kick doors down shit. I mean, they never had to do that with Obama, and he was getting out way more
renewing funding for such a lawless organization.
Will you and your caucus vote against it? Is this, as he's presenting it, a moral imperative as well as a political one?
Democrats strongly oppose the
how much of it
Homeland
is the states cooperating on ICE?
Appropriation bill.
The thing is the ICE is going into states where, Minnesota has, relatively few illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants in it compared to other states. And yet, for some reason, they're focusing on Minnesota instead of states like Texas, where I believe somebody said that they have 1.4 million undocumented immigrants in Texas. But they're not really concentrating in states like Texas or California. Well, they were earlier in California or Florida or, these other states that have a huge number of, is Texas cooperating with ICE? ICE is hardly operating there, though. Lovely mangoes. There are a few ICE officers there, but nowhere near as many as there are in Minnesota. And there's a reason why they're in Minnesota. We went over this earlier, maybe before you got here. It's punishment for people in Minnesota for voting against Trump. It's not the daycare. That's their excuse. That's their, you're sending all these ICE officers there because of 5 people that work at a daycare? Come on, let's be honest. It's an excuse for Trump to go after Minnesota. And why? Because Minnesota didn't vote for Trump. And second, because of Tim Walz. Tim Walz is the reason why they're going all let's scare the shit out of everyone in the state. Because Tim Walz is there. Texas leads U.S. in ICE arrests. They should. But why are they not concentrating more in Texas? There's only 130,000 undocumented immigrants in Minnesota. We don't hear about it much because they're not going in and kicking down doors and scaring the shit out of communities. They're doing it the right way. They're doing it the way that they did with Obama. What happened to the Epstein files? Dude, we know what's in the Epstein files. And why are they just they're not following court order to actually release the Epstein files when they're supposed to? Minnesota's been super hostile towards ICE and uncooperative. Is it they've been super hostile towards ICE, or was ICE hostile towards them and they've been reacting to it? Like when you see videos of people being dragged out of their cars for no apparent reason, or ICE kicking in front doors of homes when they've got no reason to go into someone's house, and then people react to that, is that ICE being threatening towards the community, or is it the community being threatening towards ICE first? But are they doing stuff like kicking down doors and dragging people out of their cars? Are they doing that in these other states? Because we don't have any video recording of it, or at least that I've really seen. Do people not use cell phones in these other states, or? And it's not like these other states don't have people that are Democrat supporting as well. Like Texas got a large population, and I think like 48% of the population, especially in the large cities, like Dallas and Houston and what's the other the third city that's in Texas? They're all heavily Democrat. You think that those people wouldn't be like out filming with cameras and stuff? Remember California being bad? Yeah, but I mean, what did Donald Trump immediately say? We're going to send in the army to California. And why? Like, lovely, I'm asking you to like connect the dots here. What does California and Minnesota have in like what are they basically to Donald Trump compared to Texas? No. Think back to the last election. What did California and Minnesota do that Texas didn't? Why is he threatening going to California and Minnesota with the army, but not to Texas? Yeah, but they haven't really gone into a lot of these other blue states yet. I mean, look at California. Did California not have these issues? They showed up with the fucking National Guard. Because Texas is complying? Or are they? I'm trying to see if I can find some information really quickly. Yeah, you can post links. Go ahead. As long as it's not porn. If it's porn, just DM it to me or something. It's JD Vance. Some people might find. Well, I mean, JD Vance, like, there's some people that I just don't find to be like legit, honest, credible news sources. Right? Like you've got to really kind of take it in stride with some of these people. Like if you're trying to like use Kristi Noem, what Kristi Noem is saying is factual, or Donald Trump saying is factual, like when we've seen over and over and over again that they just lie, they will lie through their teeth. You can, I'll look at the link, but it's What is this? How long is this? Okay, I'm not. I don't know that I can do 30 minutes, but maybe you can give us the Coles notes of what this is about. Delivers remarks in Minneapolis. This is a week ago. This is 5 days ago, dude. Maybe just tell me what he said and we can comment on it. I'm not gonna. Thought Trump is running again. He hasn't announced that he's going to. I really kind of wonder how his base would take that if he said, you know what, I'm going to run again. As I don't know that his base would be, even though I think that would split MAGA up pretty big. I think a lot of MAGA would be like, no, you can't do that. Politics is all a scam. There are definitely people that are sorry, I just saw something. There are definitely politicians that are definitely, they're not really there for the population. I think there are politicians that are out there that are definitely like trying to do the best that they can for people. You might not like their policies, but I don't think that there's any doubt that certain politicians definitely do have the people's like well-being or the people are what is most important to them. That they are actually trying to fight for the people, even if you disagree with what they're doing. And I think even in American politics, there's a few people where you're like, you can look at them and say, okay, you know what? They're not corrupt. Maybe I don't like what they say or don't like their policies or what they want to do, but you can't deny that there's certain people that are definitely like really in it for the people. The plan is to run Vance and Newsom in 2028, but there's challenges like Pauli's and Rubio. You think J.D. Vance and Newsom, but they're different political parties. You think against each other? Who do you think wins that? Who do you think wins? I asked this question earlier, and nobody gave me an answer. I said, who do you guys think is going to be the next president? Who do you think is going to be the next president of the United States? So we can assume it's probably going to be J.D. Vance running for the Republicans. But Newsom would never, ever run as Vance's vice president. Like, Newsom's a Democrat. He's not going to run for MAGA. Like, are you nuts? No way that's happening. The best of both? You think that's the best, like the best of both? Here's the sad reality. There's what, 341 million people or something like that in America, and J.D. Vance is your best option as a Republican? Dude, they can't work together. They're opposites, man. They hate each other's guts. It'd be like telling a couple that hate each other, oh, just get along. Yeah, nothing would ever get done. They'd hate each other, and I think it would end up with Gavin Newsom killing J.D. Vance. They aren't a couple. It doesn't matter, dude. They hate each other. It's going to be J.D. Vance against Newsom. And I personally think that there's no chance that MAGA wins the next election. I think there's going to be so much damage done to the economy by the time the election comes around that there is no chance that MAGA wins the next election. So I think I personally, and you can clip this if you want, I think the next president of the United States is going to be Gavin Newsom. Who his vice president is, I don't know. I don't know who he's going to choose as a vice president, but I think he's There are some other people that could possibly run as the Democrat as well. You're looking at, I mean, you can't have Bernie run again, right? Like that guy's, even though he's still with it, he's too old. AOC is too young. I don't think she would ever win an election anyways, not right now. She could maybe run as his vice president. Buttigieg, or whatever his name is. I think Buttigieg would probably be a good option for the Republicans, but I don't think he would ever win the Republican ticket. Or, sorry, the Democrat ticket. Law can change in 3 years. Look at the Canadian election. I mean, the Canadian election changed in like 2 weeks, dude. That was insane what happened in our election. Like, absolutely insane. And a lot of people were like, oh, you guys just feared Trump. And it wasn't that. It was people just... The only reason Canadians were going to vote for the Conservatives was because we all hated Trudeau. We didn't like Poilievre, but we were like, we are voting against Trudeau no matter what. And then as soon as a better option from Poilievre came out, everybody just immediately went back and said, okay, thank God we don't have to vote for Poilievre either. And that's the problem that the Conservatives in Canada don't understand. They will never win an election with Poilievre as their leader. I've voted Conservative in the past. I will never vote for him because he's a slimy prick. Like I don't think he's qualified at all to do the job. He's never had a job in his life besides being. And for those of you watching that aren't interested in politics, this is a guy that got a job as a politician when he was like 22. He's been a lifelong politician. He's never had another job. He's never had to run anything in his life. And people are like, sure, we could elect him to run a country. Like that makes no sense. That makes no sense at all. You can't predict what will happen in 3 years? No, but you can get a pretty good idea as to where the economy is going. And right now, whether you want to admit it or not, the American economy is not doing very, very well at all. It doesn't matter what Trump tells you. Their economy is doing shit right now. He can sit there and say, oh, we've made $15 trillion in tariffs or whatever right now, which is complete and utter bullshit. But the Canadian economy wasn't doing good either. But considering how bad we should have been doing under the tariffs, it's been widely recognized that we're doing actually pretty good. Canadian economy wasn't doing good. It wasn't doing good. But the problem is that the Conservatives didn't have a leader that people actually thought could do a good job. And that's the problem, is Carney came in and people immediately looked at him as somebody that could lead the country at this specific time. He was the perfect guy to come along. Right? Like that was kind of the way people looked at it, is this is the situation we're in right now. Who is the best option to get us out of this situation? Is it Poilievre, who has never had a job and never run anything in his life, or somebody that actually is widely regarded as one of the best economic minds in the world? Like, Canadian economy is not in good shape. No, but it's not in like as bad a shape as it should have been. Like, it's doing better than people thought it would have been at this point, because they thought that if we were going to be hit with American tariffs, that it was going to take a nosedive, and it didn't. And the amount of money that Carney has negotiated to come into the he's negotiated with like the UAE and with Qatar. Like, it's over $300 billion in just those two deals as well, plus China. Like, he's done some, whether you hate the Liberals or not, you can't deny that those are massive deals for Canada. Right? Did Carney have the most? Yes. Carney won with the most votes. His party won the most seats. Like, and on top of that, like, since we've had that election, his popularity has skyrocketed as well. So now it's a matter of, like, people are talking about, oh, how come a pipeline hasn't been built? Like it takes like a week to set down a deal to make a pipeline to go through Canada. Like, that just doesn't happen. People are like, why hasn't he built a pipeline yet? And it's like, hey, first of all, you can't build a pipeline in a week. Like, this takes time and money, so you've got to figure out both. I think a lot of the money that he's both deals with the UAE and with Qatar, a large chunk of both deals are to go towards infrastructure. And what is infrastructure? Stuff like pipelines. How close was it? It was closer than people probably thought. Like initially, before Mark Carney came to be the leader of the Liberal Party, the Conservative Party looked like they were going to run away with the election, and then Carney became the leader of the Liberal Party, and in that sense, he was also the leader of Canada for a short period before the election. But we kind of do it a little bit differently. We're more of a British system where we elect the party representatives, or our MPs, basically, for each region of Canada. And then the party that has the most MPs, their party leader then becomes the prime minister, or the leader of our country. So we're not actually voting for the prime minister, we're voting for the party. And then whichever party wins, their leader wins they're the prime minister. Yeah, what is it, Westminster system? Anyways, so, and I guess they probably have the same thing in Australia. PIOPA, is that, I'm assuming, is another Commonwealth country. It's probably fairly similar. You live in BC. Just pay zero attention, for the record. I'm really into politics, so this is kind of right up my alley. So I know a lot of people might not be interested in Canadian politics, but oh, this is the JD Vance thing here. We're gonna put something else on. I still got to see if there's any. There we go. We'll put on the protest stuff. So something interesting is going on. I'll try and find some live, because the protests usually their streams are coming on around this time. But anyways, yeah, I'm really interested in what's my opinion of Sean Fraser. I mean, we'll have to give him an opportunity to do his job. Right, like keep in mind, these people have only been in job like on under Mark Carney's leadership for a year. Yeah, Mark Carney. Yeah, they did invite him to come down there in March. Right now, Mark Carney's kind of a bit of a rock star around the world, right? Like, he gave a tremendous speech, and pretty much everyone loved his speech except America, or specifically Donald Trump, and the Republican Party. He was the immigration minister and then the housing minister. Has he not had enough time? Well, he's the housing minister now. So has he had enough time to fix the housing crisis in Canada in a year? Probably not. And keep in mind, he was taking his lead from Justin Trudeau previously as the immigration minister. So if Justin Trudeau is like, let's let in as many people as we can, it's not his job to decide that. It's Justin Trudeau's job to give him direction. So if he's following Justin Trudeau's direction and letting in people like he was told to, was he doing his job? He might not like it. I thought there was too many people coming in myself, but if he was doing what he was told to do, he was housing minister under Trudeau as well. But what did Trudeau tell him to do? Like, what Carney is telling him to do now is obviously different than what Trudeau was telling him to do. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, do we have a housing crisis right now? Yes. Now, is that the cause of, is it because of Trudeau's policies? If Trudeau is telling his housing minister, this is how I want us to deal with housing, and he does that exactly the way Trudeau is telling him to do it, is that him doing a bad job or just a job that you don't like? Right? So, well, he has limited autonomy, because if he's being told by the prime minister, hey, this is what I want our housing policy to be, Canada and Australia have very unaffordable housing. It is. I happen to live in the most expensive city in Canada as well. I would only be dreaming to actually be able to buy a place in Vancouver. Like, I've just succumbed to the fact that I'm going to rent until I retire, and then I'm going to retire and live somewhere else probably, because it's just expensive to live here. I could probably get by living here on my retirement, but I could live like a king somewhere else. So, and part of the problem though also is where I live in Canada is like, it's one of the areas in Canada that people actually want to live in. You know, nobody's sitting there going, you know what, fuck, I want to live in Edmonton. Unless you want cheaper housing. Nobody's sitting there going, fuck yeah, man, you know, no offense to, there was someone that was here from Red Deer earlier. Nobody's sitting there going, fuck, you know where I want to live? I want to live in Red Deer. You know? Nothing wrong with Red Deer, but was it you? Nothing's wrong with Red Deer, but I mean, if you had the choice between living in Red Deer or Vancouver, I'm taking Vancouver every day. My roommate's mortgage is like $550 for this house, but she got it in 2012 when they were practically giving houses away. I almost bought a place in Phoenix, Arizona, in 2008 when they were having their housing crisis. I almost bought a place in Arizona. They were like $70,000 for a big 4-bedroom house. Like, I couldn't buy a parking spot for that here in Vancouver. People live there to work and make money. I understand why they live. That's overwhelmingly the majority of the reason why people move to Alberta. It's to get, you know, a decent paying job, because it's hard to get like a good paying job that pays that well. And back in, like, you know, the late 90s, in the 90s and early 2000s, like, it was really easy to go to Alberta and get a really good paying job. You could work in the oil fields or whatever and make really good money with not really much in the way of education. So I get it. Like, people are making bank doing that. They had have a high percentage of very good paying jobs in Alberta compared to their population. Can't do heat anything above 20 and I start melting. I don't know. I like you know, anywhere between 20 and 30 degrees is nice for me, and it very rarely gets hotter than 30 degrees here in Vancouver. It can, but I mean, I don't know that there's a prettier place in Canada to live when it's sunny out than Vancouver. Okay, we've got two, let's see, this is, okay, so St. Louis now, they've got a bunch of the protests. Minnesota, okay, so we've got one live feed. Let me spend a minute here to try and see what we've got. I don't know how much people like in the stream are really concerned about Canadian politics, but I'm really into Canadian politics, obviously. -8 in St. Louis. 3 days, dude, it doesn't rain that much in Vancouver. I get that that's kind of the joke. But in the summertime, it's usually sunny in the summertime from like late May all the way to like late September, like almost nonstop. I would take Golden or Whistler over Vancouver. Whistler's nice. I don't know, dude. I've lived like right near the ocean almost my entire life. So like not living like within a short walk of the ocean would just be weird for me. Here. Curious as to why my I'll fix it next. Let me get you guys my if you guys are into this of conversation, hopefully you are. You're here. That's my new YouTube channel for where I post all my clips and you know, full-length videos and stuff like that. I'm working on a full-length video right now. But I try and put out daily shorts and stuff like that. If you're wanting to get more, you can go there and sub to my channel there. It's free. Doesn't cost you anything. Unjimoto, you think this is just a distraction of what's truly going on? What do you mean by truly going on? Okay, so there's 2 feeds for. Let me spend that second to find out if I think I saw earlier that there was even sorry, I'm just trying to find for different I'm watching. Trying to find live ones. Some of these say they're live, but they're obviously just I think this is the only that's actually kind of weird because usually like these protests have like 4 or 5 people that are live streaming. Oh. Got one from CNN that says it's live?
Shame on you. Shame on you. That's why the people hate you. That's why the people hate you.
But I'm not sure if this is just a recording. I'm going to put it up there and we'll see. We'll see if it's actually recording or not, but it's at night, so it works. So these are kind of the 2 recordings that I found so far. No, we may have a third, so I'm going to put this one up here because it's probably. So this one in the top left is I think it's from from today, but they were at the same place yesterday as well. This is where what's his name, the ice guy is staying. So they're out there making as much noise as they possibly can to not. So you can't sleep. That's the top left.
Coward-ass motherfuckers.
Have I ever protested?
Your mother should have swallowed you, bro. Straight up.
I've never gone to like a like I walked through a protest and then just kind of continued on with the protest. I didn't even know it was going on until I was just going somewhere else, and I saw it, and I was like, oh, okay, I'm going to hang out here. But also keep in mind, it's not that I don't agree with what they're doing, what they're talking about at the protests. A lot of the protests, like because of the time of day that I used to work at, I just wouldn't be available to go protest unless I wasn't working. Let's make the guys have already killed. Well, I think the people that have like killed people, they probably are not. They're probably not like working right now. Usually, especially like I wonder if there's like, I think there's protests in like Phoenix and stuff like that too. But usually for like cops and stuff like that, if they've had an incident where they've like, you know, they've killed somebody or something like that, they're immediately given time off of work. They're not usually like, okay, you got to go back to work tomorrow. At least in Canada, like you're given some downtime. Y'all got kids? Y'all got kids too? You're fucking doing this to your fucking I thought there were some protests in Arizona. I haven't seen any of those, though, like Phoenix or something. These are not trained. They're not trained for this. We were talking about this earlier. Like they're definitely not trained for this sort of stuff. Which, again, I'll make the point. Why are they? Why are they there?
Hey man, if you're gonna pace, at least goose step for us, you fucking Nazi piece.
Y'all got no
Here,
morals,
not.
Where's your humanity at, bro? That paycheck with your humanity?
Okay, so these are the 3 that I've gotten so far.
I bet your whole family's ashamed of you. Ain't nobody coming to your funeral.
Seems like a waste of time. I mean, there's countless times throughout history where people protesting has actually got governments to change their mind on shit. So, but I mean, if you feel like it's a waste of time, then you don't have to go. Boston Tea Party's an example. I mean, the Martin Luther King walks, those were protests. Obviously had a major even the protests here in Minnesota, like you can't deny that, the ICE agents now they're being kind of pulled back. People are showing that they're displeased. If they weren't doing this, do you think I mean, obviously nothing would change. If there's one thing that will make a government change its course is if they realize that they're, it's very unpopular what they're doing. They suddenly start to worry about their jobs, right? You're even seeing, what's really weird? I've noticed over particularly the last few days, I've noticed a lot of right-wing content creators. They're suddenly splitting, and a lot of them are at each other's throats. Some are angry at Trump because he's telling people you shouldn't have guns, blah 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 type of thing. And then there's the other side that is angry at Trump for not going through with the Insurrection Act and sending in the military to quell this down. It's like they've split down the middle on these issues suddenly. And I've only noticed it in the last few days. The partisan divide is very bad for Western nations. I'm talking about even just on the right side. Obviously between the right and the left, there's a huge divide. But I'm talking about just the people on the right. There now seems to be a split. Because there's a lot of people on the right that are there's no way that guy should have been killed because he's got a gun. It's our Second Amendment. We're allowed to have guns. We're allowed to, carry concealed weapons. They're furious at the fact that somebody got killed because he was just using his Second Amendment right to be able to carry arms. And you know how some people are about arms. You should be allowed to carry them. He had proper conceal. So they're pissed off that that's even being used as an excuse for why he was killed and suggesting that it was in any way his fault. And then there's the other side, and we had a lot of people like that in my chat earlier where they were saying, no, he shouldn't have had a gun there. It's his fault. So I guess it's just, Right now we're listening to top left or top right, guys. Top right is where the volume is. Kind of got all three of them up just in case there's anything big that happens on one of them. I can just go to full screen on it. It is very politically convenient to create the initial rifts, especially when trying to get elected. Which rifts are you talking about? But it's very bad for the nation as a long term. I mean, there are definitely certain politicians that come in and they're just immediately blaming groups of people and stuff like that and I mean, trying to put blame on big groups of, or certain groups of people and splitting up the nation that way. It's true. He did have a constitutional right to have a gun. He had a license to carry. He was within the law. Rittenhouse was acquitted, and he had a right to carry an AR-15 in public, loaded with ammunition. A lot of people don't like this, but it's the law. It is the law. I don't like it because I'm just not used to that kind of like. But it's not my country. No, we don't carry guns, dude. There's no, guns are not looked at as being like this. We're not really like a gun-toting culture. Like, we have lots of guns here, but guns aren't looked at as like an object that is cool and fun and, like, we have guns for hunting or whatever, but it's not looked at as cool, to be a gun owner or, it's just not really something that people talk about. And I feel that it's probably the same way in Australia. Like, there are people that will have guns, but it's not like, you're not getting into a discussion with people about the latest Colt rifle that's coming out or something like that, right? I'm a badass. I'll shoot you if you come on my property. Yeah. You don't really have, to worry so much about that sort of stuff. So when we're talking about what happened here in America, I can't say it was wrong or it was right based on how Canadians think. You got to go by what is legally allowed in America. And legally in America, guy was legally allowed to have his gun there. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in the top right here. There's some guy, it looks like he just got sprayed or something like that, and a bunch of people came to help him. I don't know where they took him, though, so we're going to move back away from that. Top left, there's a bunch of cops moving in on something. How many people have guns unless they need them? Yeah, I mean, I've told people this before, and I'm not kidding. I've never seen a gun in my life unless it was a police officer that had it. Otherwise, I've never seen one. There's, like, stuff going on both the top ones, and I kind of, like, I don't want to go to one and then miss something on the other, so I'm just going to leave them both up right now. Urban living. Yeah, I guess if you lived in more of a rural area where, hunting and stuff was more common, you'd probably, have, like, a rifle or, on a farm or something like that. But I think if I was to live in the States, it wouldn't matter if I lived in, a city or not. I probably would have seen a gun by now. It's just, it's not something that is really a part of our culture. If you know what I mean. The police in the top left have lined up for something. I suspect that they're probably going to start marching forward to clear people out. We'll see if that happens.
Slowly back away and
Yes, nearly all 42 years of my life, only seen a gun maybe less than 10 times, not including one my dad owned when I was little. Yeah, okay, I had a BB gun. I had a BB gun when I was a kid. Does that count? Yeah, I had a BB gun. I actually shot another kid in the ass with it one time, but. McDonald's and how the orders won't get screwed up anymore. Guess what just happened with my McDonald's order? Yeah, but every damn time. What did you do? Did you have it like delivered to you or something? So it wasn't. It wasn't that a robot fucked it up. It was some human that fucked it up. How far away is the McDonald's that you, I guess you just really want to keep watching the stream. Well, if you paid for two meals, call them and tell them, hey, listen, you only delivered one Happy Meal. And tell them to deliver the second fucking Happy Meal. McDonald's is embarrassingly close. I ordered McDonald's delivery one time. The McDonald's is a block away from where I live. And I saw the price of the delivery charge, and I was like, I will never do that again. I was like, I cannot be that lazy that I'm willing to pay, like, whatever it is, like $6 or $7 to have my McDonald's meal delivered when I can walk there. And it's a block away. There's the Avatar last Tuesday. We ordered via the kiosk and ate there. They forgot the triple cheeseburger, so I went to the counter and asked for it. But a 2-minute drive for... Well, call them. Like, call them. Like, if you paid for it, tell them, listen, you're missing a thing. Tell them that they got to send it over to you. I used to be a manager at McDonald's. Like, we were very, like, if we fucked up like that, we would be like, okay, we'll send it right over. This is when I was like 20, though. Yeah, all the McDonald's, I think, have phone numbers. Well, you can look up their phone number and call them. What do you mean, how do you call them? Like, I don't know the address. You're in Red Deer? I don't know how many McDonald's there are in Red Deer. I imagine there's probably a few. But there should be a phone number that you can just call them and just say, listen, I ordered this. This is my order number. You should have the receipt. And just tell them I bought 2 McDonald's meals. Or tell them you bought 2 kids' meals and one of my kids doesn't have fucking food now. Tell them that you want your money back because now you've got to take that kid out somewhere else to get food. Tell me you want your refund on both of them. Or to deliver the other one to you. Yeah, there's got to be some way to complain, because I imagine... Yeah, my kid just starved to death, you fucking piece of shit. He's dead now. No, I don't need the meal delivered. He's dead. I was trying to save him. Because of you, my child has now deceased. I don't need the meal now. Yeah, bring the second toy though. I have the McDonald's app on my phone, but I keep deleting it because I'm like, no, I need to like not use that app anymore. It's legit. How's it going, man? You now have the phone number. I'm doing pretty good, man. How are you doing? We're just waiting to see if anything fires up with these protests here. So it looks like we've got, I think, 2 separate locations in Minnesota. The one in the top left is where the ICE officers apparently are staying at their hotel. Stop eating the McDonald's. I might eat McDonald's maybe 2 or 3 times a year. Chat, we did it. We saved a kid's life. He's getting McDonald's. Hope you're keeping safe. I'm in Vancouver, Canada, man. This is not... I'm kind of like... Oh, is this an accident? What's going on here in the top right? It looks like an accident or something. What's going on there? A lot of police cars. Oh, are you actually calling them? So the sound is the top right screen, guys. The top right that we're watching here. Which one is St. Louis? The bottom one, but on the left side was St. Louis. It doesn't actually say which one it is now, but it was one of the bottom cameras. No, tell them you paid for delivery. You want it. They'll probably offer you at least a refund. Yeah, tell them that you paid for delivery. You want it delivered. Waited 45 minutes the other day for muffin. Jesus. They had to bake the muffins, though, man. And they probably had to kill kill the pig for the bacon or whatever. Wait for the chicken to lay the eggs. If I was a Giants team, it was kind of embarrassing. I mean, 45 minutes for McMuffin, if you're not like legit exaggerating, that's crazy. They come in frozen, yeah, but they're supposed to be thawed out before they get used. They're supposed to be thawed out. I'm waiting to hear whether or not this stuff's getting delivered to him or not. That's honestly the biggest piece of the news that we've covered tonight. Is lovely Mango's gonna have his kid's Happy Meal delivered, or is his kid gonna starve? Again, the audio's from the top right camera, guys. Hold on, let me make that bigger here. There. I'm scared to go just to the top right one, because the top left one looks like there's a standoff too. They want you to go to McDonald's. No, tell them that you're gonna reverse the charges then. Tell them you're going to reverse the charges. That's odd because back when I was a manager, we would have to send somebody out to actually deliver the. Like if we forgot something and they came through drive-through, we would have to send someone at a restaurant to actually go deliver it to them. You can hear the stream again. So, tell them that you're going to reverse the charges, dude. I would. I would just call and reverse the charges to the credit card. Just say this, and they didn't deliver what I ordered. And they refused to deliver it again, and I'd paid for a delivery charge. 2 free meals in the manager's name. Okay, well. I mean, you weren't going to get anything if you didn't call, right? Maybe get them when you're coming home from work or something like that. One day. Make the kids, make the kids tell. When you're, I don't know how old your kids are, but I don't know how old your kids are, but I mean, when I was young, my parents would be like, "Get going." 7 and 4, they'll survive. It's only minus 20 Celsius out. Here you go. Put on your mittens. Get out of here. I think that SUV that says "fuck ICE" on it, I think that was painted on there like a long time ago, and they've just left it on there. Because I think I've seen that same SUV in other live feeds, and it's
not worth the money. Not worth the money. People.
Child Protection Services after the lady left her kid in the car to run into a gas station. Can't even have your dog in the box of a truck anymore without people getting stuck up about it. They're shooting T-shirt cans. Yeah. Did the T-shirt say "ICE was here" or something like that, or "fuck ICE"? I should start. Yeah, just be proactive, right? Just write "fuck ICE" on their cars so it's already damaged and then nobody else will. Okay, so the bottom screen now is Portland, Oregon, the same facility that we've seen for months now, and Eugene, Oregon. So I don't know what's going on in Eugene, Oregon, but the Portland, Oregon is the ICE facility that we've seen covered for a couple of months now. It's surprised there hasn't been more crazy shooting ice. There was a lot of people that were actually thinking that is what Trump wanted. That Trump was literally waiting for one of his ICE agents to get shot and to be able to use that as an excuse to send in, like, the National Guard and the Insurrection Act and all that sort of stuff. And it kind of backfired because it was one of the protesters that got shot first. But I think people were saying that Trump was thinking eventually one of these people is going to shoot one of the ICE agents, and then he's going to be able to start using the Insurrection Act and send the military in. But that didn't happen. Trump would love nothing more than to call martial law in the country. I've mentioned it many times in the chat before. Like, is there a chance that the midterms? He's joked about it. He's joked about it, right? Whoa, top right. What is going on here? Oh, the person was sitting in the road and they wouldn't let the truck go, so they shot him a couple of times with pepper spray. Oh, they're laying down in front of the car. I think that guy's spray can is out because it wasn't really shooting very far. Uh-oh. Okay, we got to go back to, like, all... Again, because the police in the top left are moving ahead. They're moving forward now and backing people up. So we've got kind of action on both cameras now. The sound is still in the top right, though. Why do those people get pepper sprayed and the others get shot to death? I guess just luck. Keep in mind that the ones in the top left, it looks like they're actually police officers. They're not ICE agents, I don't think. I think those are actual police officers. So they seem to be a little bit more ready to handle the situation. Top left. Like the video on the top left of your screen. The one with the police officers. Oh, which city? Those are the top two are both Minnesota. They're just at different locations. Top left. Sorry, that's my fault. The top left, I believe, is at the hotel where the ICE agents stay. In fact, yes, that is most definitely where it is. They're at the hotel where the ICE agents stay. Wait, what happened to top right? What happened to top right? Oh, we'll see if it turns back on. I'll turn the sound on for. Oh, it did. It just came back on. I am actually a little surprised that an ICE agent hasn't been, like, shot. I'm not going to lie. Like, just... I'm surprised that there hasn't been some crazy person out there that's just been like, no, I've lost it and I'm shooting someone. We were talking about this earlier. Apparently there's now 2 GOP senators that have called for Kristi Noem to be fired. So two Republican senators now. Hey, Piopa, thank you very much, dude. Thank you very much. What I'm trying to do right now, guys, is fix my sleep schedule. Oh, it looks like the live stream in the bottom changed, so I don't know what happened. We'll find another one. I want to fix my sleep schedule so that I'm up. Like, I would normally have finished my day stream by now. Although with what's going on, like, there's a lot more going on in Minnesota in the evening. But usually I would stop and then I would restart my stream and be doing EVE Online, so. Far less interesting than the Canadian trucker convoy. I didn't really find the Canadian trucker convoy all that interesting, to be honest. There was a picture that I saw where there was they came through Vancouver, and some cyclists got in front of them and just wouldn't move. Like, they basically stopped them dead in their tracks. Moved the crown for the top window, and the person filming zoomed away. Yeah, I saw a clip of that.
Thank you. Stay back, please.
Yeah, let me see if I can find another Minnesota Live.
Warrants to do this, or are you just assisting? You're just fucking helping here.
Stay back, thank you.
Yeah, I got that other one back, so I guess it went off and it's back on now. So let's turn this off. There we go.
Where's Brian?
Why y'all still here? Ice went that way. Why are you here? Go get ice. Get the fuck out my street. Stay distance. Stay distance. Stop. Stay distance. Why are you here? Yes. Do you have your street? Can you hear me? What's your street? Jacob, the bitch. You're a bitch. O'Hare's a bitch. Yeah. Yeah. What direction?
I wonder how cold those cops are, because they're just standing there. They're I guess they've got some layers on, but
You're the same as I. Remember that.
they just sling insults back. Yeah. Go home, you bum. Don't you have a fucking life? You're a terrible parent. Why are you out here and your kids are at home? Adrenaline pumping? Possibly, but... Oh. What's going on top left here? We're going to go to top left because there's a whole bunch of movement going on here. I don't know what's going on, though. People are moving. People just suddenly started shifting like crazy. Yeah, it looks like it's over. I don't know what happened, but... Okay. I was going to mute it because of that whistle, but he stopped. Here in Minnesota right now, babysitting about 35 kids while the parents protest. I'm making a shit ton of money. They're just eating Happy Meals. Did you actually get your Happy Meals delivered to you, Cheesy? Were you here earlier? Lovely Mangoes didn't get his Happy Meals delivered to him. He's pissed off. They were missing one. So one of his kids is starving to death at the moment. You've been here for a while? Okay. If I happened to be traveling through the area and randomly stayed in the hotel, I'd be super angry at all the noise for sure.
Kill yourself!
I wonder if they would just book off the entire hotel. Maybe not for, like just for the safety of the ICE officers or something like that. Because I don't know, would they allow other people to stay there as well, or would the government have just said, "Listen, we need to rent out all your rooms"? Old Draenor, it is crazy, isn't it? One of those cops that would just have a blank space playing in those headphones. You brought kids to a protest, maybe ICE would be nicer. Well, they arrested a kid, like a 5-year-old. Well, they didn't arrest him, but the crowd hates ICE who are trying to enforce the laws on the books, and yet they presumably don't have a problem with normal police doing their job enforcing the laws in the books. I know, Boo, it's not just that they're trying to enforce the laws in the books. They're also doing stuff like arresting American citizens, and stuff like that. What are you, Oh, the one on the top right just suddenly moved. It looks like police have fired something into the crowd. I don't know what that was, but... Yeah, I'm not watching a Taylor Swift video. I'm sorry, dude. I'm not watching a Taylor Swift video. Oh, top right, they're actually shooting probably the what are those little they're not paintballs, but they're I don't think they're rubber bullets either, but no, I think there's one that's like yeah, pepper balls. That's what they are. Oh! I'm trying to figure out how live this is in the top right, because it keeps switching back and forth between, or sorry, the one that you're watching now, because it keeps switching back and forth like amongst different camera angles, like it just did there. So it's not like it's just somebody there recording. I almost feel like it's just a bunch of recordings. I haven't seen anything repeat though since we been watching it. Hey Raspberry, what's up, man? Did you see the video of the dumbass? I heard about it. He blew his hand off or something like that.
This whole city hates your ass! Fucking traffic!
2:05 is the current time. Yeah, but I don't see a time on the videos. I don't see a timestamp on any of the videos. I feel like we just watched this clip. But I haven't seen this clip. Like, this is, Jesus. Rip. Your chat is wild. My chat's pretty tame, I think, actually. Yeah, I think now the top right one is it's just like a bunch of recordings from what's going on.
Where the fuck am I supposed to go? You surrounded me and told me.
Oh, here's some people getting arrested. I'm gonna put it in because I'm not sure that the one in the top right is live at the moment. It's showing a bunch of clips, but they don't seem to be on repeat. Like, I'm not seeing anything that I haven't already seen before. I think when people are dying, we should stop with the liberal and conservative. You know what the problem is? There are actually people that are, they're almost cheering it on. Like, they will laugh and say, fucker shouldn't have been there. It's his fault. It's his fault for carrying a gun. And they're saying that when it's like people that are on the other side, but you know damn well if it was a conservative that got shot and killed, they'd be up in arms. We mentioned this earlier, so for those of you that weren't here earlier, I basically said, listen, if it was a conservative, like, person with a MAGA hat on or something like that, and they got shot in the middle of the street like this Alex Preddy guy did, you would see the right just absolutely erupt if it was something the right was protesting over. But I have seen, like, other content creators that, because it's a liberal guy, presumably, that they're almost basically cheering it on.
Respect the separation ordinance. Who do you protect? ICE. You don't protect the people. You protect ICE.
And I have mentioned this, like, before. Back when I was younger, people never really paid attention to whether you were Republican or Democrat. It's only been in, like, the last, I don't know, 20, 25 years where people, like, you will now be hated. Like, if people find out that you're a lib or a Republican, they will fucking hate you now. Never used to be like that.
ICE collaborators, respect the separation ordinance. Respect the separation ordinance. ICE collaborators. Nothing but ICE collaborators. Shame on you. Shame on you. That's why the people hate you.
That's why the people hate you.
No, top left I actually know is live. And suddenly there's a bunch of people running. So I'm going to turn the sound on there. The sound is now top left, guys. Speaking of Iran, I was seeing a news report that they suspect that the deaths in Iran now could be more than 30,000. Like, that honestly should probably be the biggest news story right now. Probably because we're in North America, this is maybe more what people are paying attention to. But I was watching a Euro News stream earlier this morning or late last night, and they were saying that they're estimating it could be as high as 30,000 people that have died now. And there was a report that they deliberately set fire to like this marketplace area, and set fire to the place, and there was like one exit out of there, and they were just firing, like shooting people that were as they were trying to leave the place and run out. And there's pictures that are coming out in Iran where they're just piles of body bags. Well, lovely mangoes. We were talking earlier about how the ice guys, a lot of them are just like woefully not qualified to do the job. They're not trained. Like, they're not trained to handle this sort of thing, so they shouldn't be there. They don't know how to keep their emotions in check. They're shooting people when they should not be shooting people. Police Department and National Guard should be, and that they should be going with the ICE agents. Oh, hold on. There's the ICE guys. I gotta be careful here, because they were mooning people from the window the night before. I gotta keep my hold on. Let's change it to this. But I got to pay attention to the top left window because they mooned people from there yesterday. I'm tempted to actually move my, take the camera off of there now, just to be proactive. Yeah. No, I. No. No. We're not having any of that. Not having any of that. That might actually be recording from last night then. Let me see if I can find some other let's see if I can find another because that maybe that's a recording. It's weird that they did that again a second time. It looked like it was maybe a clip. Okay, enough of that. Okay, we got the sound on top right again. I think I found another one. I'm gonna turn off. Okay, so the top left, I know is another live feed. I'm gonna turn that one on because I think the other one may have been a recording from last night. Yeah, they could always play EVE Online. What are these fools thinking? You can be mining rocks in EVE Online. I'm going to turn that down a little bit, the repetitiveness of the... Okay, so the top left is definitely live. The top right, I'm suspecting, is a recording. The bottom one is most definitely live. The one that has the actual time on. Yeah, this is definitely live, the bottom one. Gotta check something as well. People don't use PTO, hire babysitters, or to assume. Well, we already know they use babysitters. Cheesy's babysitting right now. Sounds on the top right now. Just the repetitive banging. That's annoying me. I can't imagine the police. People protesting what they believe in instead of just sitting on the internet and keyboard warring, like I am. Hey, Ginger, what's up? Covering the real news, yeah. What news did you want me to cover? I was trying to cover some Canadian news earlier, but people just got bored. They're just like, come on, we're not trying to fall asleep here. I reported that there was a moose sighting. Some bears were reported. Oh, what's going on, top left? What's going on? Uh-oh. Demko for the rest of his career. I mean, I asked for them to trade Demko the last offseason, and they didn't listen to me. So, was it last night? Because this is a regular live stream. Are you sure it's at the same place? Are you sure it's a recording? I know it's at the same hotel. I don't know that it's a recording though.
Hey, get the camera out of his face! Get the camera out of his face! What you doing?
What is IRAP? Okay, yeah, they're back into the part where the guys are standing up in the windows to your right. It is recording. That's where the guy mooned from, and I had to change the cameras. So we're not going to watch it again.
Property damage! Criminals!
How many people are showing up in the cold weather? I don't know how to do a search on.
Hey, they're gonna fire at you if you take it. They're gonna fire at you. I told you.
Hold on. I'm just looking for some other feeds to see if they're live or not. Like, I see some that are live on, like in Portland and Eugene, Washington, but that's on TikTok, and when I do a search for them, I can't find them.
Slowly back away and fuck right off!
Let me see if I can find them.
How much do you want for it?
$1 million.
A man shows up trying to sell the Beatles.
Sorry, I'm trying to find, I don't know how these guys how they're finding these live streams.
Stand down. Fucking pathetic excuse. Stand down over there. Waste of air.
If that makes any sense. It's really weird the way they
air. Fuck every last fucking one of you.
Somebody's upset.
Coward! Coward! Traitor! Coward! Fucker! Fuck you! Fuck you!
Like, there's a couple of streams from Eugene on TikTok, but because I know I'm looking at another person's stream, and I can't find them on TikTok. I don't know how he's finding these people.
Stand down and back off! Keep fucking moving! You think you're fucking get the fuck out! Like you're fucking Iraq?
So, like, there's one that's, like, called 9 Eugene or something like that, which is in Oregon. And I don't know how to find these, when I do a search for it, it doesn't come up. If you guys have any idea, it's just not coming up. and they're obviously streaming on TikTok, so I don't know why. I can't find them.
This is significant, but most people probably.
Like I'm doing searches for protests, searches for Minnesota, for Oregon, for Eugene. I can't find these streams that I know are active because I'm watching somebody else's stream, and I see them on there. Think that they shadow ban them. Somebody, I've been posting a lot of my like videos, like the news/political videos to my YouTube channel, and also to Instagram and Instagram and TikTok. Speaking of which, and they're not. They didn't ban mine, but another guy was like, "Hey, how come yours didn't get banned?" I showed like the same picture, and mine got banned. 1 second, I'll be right back.
Are you leaving? Thank you.
Here's what you should know about the TikTok deal. Oh, about the sale of the TikTok?
fuck out of here. Came down to help us hold the line. Get him the fuck out of here. Look at me like a man!
Okay, so the top left is, are you guys not seeing that? I think the top right is also a repeat from maybe last night. These bottom three I know is live. Let me just check out the other. And I don't know where he's getting. You know what? I'm gonna look on my TikTok app and see if I can find it there. What? How the hell do I search on this stupid app? I don't even know how to search on this app. Well, why do they make this difficult? Here, hold on. I think I Yeah, even when I look on my phone, I don't see it there either. So I don't know.
Is 08 and that's where they're gonna
They're gearing up down that way.
But there are some cars that are coming out.
Yeah, they're all probably going around and like just gathering intel. Gathering intel. Like they don't know. That's what the Blue's Clues. Yeah, well they really don't like to be like left out. They like all want to come and play with fucking anarchists and activists. I gotta look at this.
Fuck guys!
Oh, dude. And then they just keep going. Alright. I got them real big. Right?
They only weren't here like maybe half an hour ago. Like 60
Oh, you know what?
came out here. Like they were geared up, but they didn't have their
I'm trying to find these live streams. That's this that I'm watching now. He just got them laid out differently.
Like they wanted to, I don't know.
Yeah, it's only a little burning out here right now.
Just a little bit. But that was kind of crazy.
So we have those covered. Those are three that I know are live.
That's awesome.
The rain helped for sure.
I don't know what their conversation is that they're having right now. Let me try and find some other.
Are you on your car?
I'm hanging out.
That's where my glasses are.
Grooving with some comrades.
Huh?
In Portland.
I want to hold on to your backpack?
What are you doing, Doodle?
Oh, I mean, I have this. I'm okay. Like, I can see a little bit.
I should say, where are you
just really blurry. And like,
TikTok at, Doodle?
Jesus fuck, dude. Yeah.
Not that one.
Jetty,
Yeah? I mean, I don't know. I trust you. You're probably one of the
What part of LA? That I have no idea.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Doodle.
I'm gonna go get my glasses. I'll be right back.
Doodle, do you know how to make a terror?
So apparently our local police force is gearing up in riot gear to come down right now to assist ICE. Okay, like I can see. All right, there's people.
I was the first person.
Okay, so the ones that we're we know are one of them for sure we know is recording.
I'm blind right now.
The other one I'm not positive. So, but we're not watching either one of them right now.
It's like people that are like have to be life flighted
There they are.
to the trauma center, and so we do not want to interfere with that, and that is why we are not engaging with.
Yeah, I'm gonna be able to see.
Oh, I
see
may
in
have
just a second again.
Yeah.
No.
How's it been up there?
Oh, dude, I mean,
You're welcome,
Look.
Doodle. I'm so sorry.
I'm just searching through a bunch of other ones that say that
Yeah.
they're live streams, but
yeah.
What's the cost stream? 5 or 6? 5. Okay.
they're definitely not live.
Vehicle or on foot? Okay. Cool. Are they? Do you have anything to drop off?
It's weird that we only have
Okay.
one live feed from
Hey
these
y'all,
areas.
I might get like 2 minutes now.
Like they're all carrying cameras and stuff, and these guys aren't live streaming.
There's 1,500 people watching from all over the world.
Missed
Here. Not
opportunity.
get that shit.
I'm just saying.
I know. Well, and it's literally also like I can't see without my phone when I have that mask on. Like I cannot.
No, it's totally.
There's a few times I like stumble going down the stairs.
For the
And I'm
rest
just like,
of it,
oh
man,
That's
over
scary.
And going up the stairs, I'm like kicking.
Protesting. Stay together. Stay tight. Never advance a stranger's agenda. Follow known leadership. Scatter before you get there.
Don't let anything touch your shit.
Yeah, those are the only live streams I can find. I'm like searching all over, and I can't find any other live streams right now.
Yeah. ICE, SRT, and DHS have violently attacked multiple people today and arrested them.
Oh, let's see if there's any other
They've been tear
news
gassing, pepper
coming
spraying.
across.
Here, y'all, I'm gonna try to clear my lens. Hello, friend. This is the first time I've taken this off in the last probably hour and a half. And before that, I had it off for 5 minutes and then had it back on, and I'd had it on for 2 hours.
Hey, what's the baggie for? Take your out.
Yeah, I know they are. They're staging down the road. God damn it. Okay, well, I got to vape for a second. Okay, y'all. You're going back in my pocket for a minute.
You good? We're fucking here.
So are you.
Mentality.
I was worried that I was going to get a copyright strike for that, the song coming on, because I did the last stream, and then I was like, wait a second, I'm not even monetized on that YouTube channel yet, so I don't have to really worry about it right now.
On my knees as a Nazi or a Nazi letter doer. People burying their heads in the sand.
Some music artists are a little bit more strict about that sort of thing.
Are again being dissected.
You guys want to listen to the insane lady or not? Because the other two streams, I think, are
inherently unsafe.
I think they're recording, so.
And actually, this is one of the reasons why I really appreciate the 50501 protest, because a lot of folks can make their voices heard without actually risking getting the hell beat out of them by renegade posses of gang.
Okay. Our local police department and right here is on their way.
I'm just worried about the music in the background. I don't want it to like completely take down the stream or the recording of the stream. I think I would just probably get like a notice that I can't monetize the stream, but I can't anyways because I don't have enough subscribers on that YouTube channel.
Not that I've seen. No Patriots.
If you would like to subscribe to my channel, though, there's the link for it. My new channel, meant strictly for my news, politics, world event stuff. How much money does YouTube pay per view? Well, me right now, nothing, because I don't have enough subscribers really. But generally, the rule of thumb, it depends on the content, because there's like a click-through like monetization thing. It depends on like what you're streaming. But a good rule of thumb is it's about, for every 1,000 views, it's like $2 for every 10 minutes. So if you have like 1,000 viewers that watch your video for like 10 minutes, you'll make like $2. It's not a lot, but it does add up. Like some of these guys that are like streaming to like hundreds of people.
Well, guess what, you little dumbass? They're watching this, right?
Fluffy Talks. No, I haven't.
Eugene, Oregon.
My gaming YouTube channel is monetized, but I'm not streaming there because I'm trying to separate my my gaming and my just chatting stuff on YouTube. I'm trying to separate it because it just kind of looked weird if I'd have like one live stream of me playing EVE Online and then the next stream would be like me watching like this stuff. So that's why I'm trying to get the second channel up and going.
They had their armor on, but they didn't have their face masks or helmets on. I was like, and they came out.
He's dealing with 2 strikes now that AI gave him not understanding that it was seeing clips.
They went back in within like 10 seconds.
Yeah, one of my I know YouTube is pretty strict about that sort of thing. But overwhelmingly most like content creators, like music content creator or music groups or whatever, they will just demonetize your video. Other ones will be a little bit more strict, like they will actually take your video down. It's very few that will actually give you like a copyright strike for playing their music on your stream. In fact, I've never actually had one.
They're devaluing the dollar.
No, I haven't, Goosey Poo.
If Europe imposes its trade canon, which includes access to the world banks, we will be well and truly fucked. But I don't know that that's a bad thing. Like,
they're talking about the trade canon?
But this is why you all need to invest in community. You need to get to know your neighbors. Who knows how to make bread?
That's actually, I'm actually kind of, it's interesting that she actually knows about the European trade canon. Have you guys heard of that? You guys, have you guys been following the financial stuff where people are paying close attention to the Japanese markets and the American dollar? If you guys haven't been paying attention to that, I can explain it to you quickly. But yeah, let me know if you want me to explain that to you, because it is actually something that is something you might want to pay attention to.
You're trying to impress me with your car.
But give me a second. I'm gonna go to the washroom and grab a protein bar, and I'll explain that to you guys in a sec. 1 second.
Oh. Okay, thank you for that, Twilight. And they gotta be like teenage girls and take 6 of them to the fucking bathroom? Like, what up with that? I'm not usually up this close. There's few enough people here that I'm alright being here. When it starts to fill up, we're gonna go back to the back because, like,
Jack, and all sorts of other fun things. J-E-E-E-R-C-S. Says reading on the license plate. Everyone record and take a picture and say Alodar. Shine a light on it. Well, you can, if you can. Oh, there it is. Maybe recording a picture or some shit. Anyway, so at the very least, that has seen the license plate.
Oh, lo llevan arrestado.
Let me set this up. I'm gonna eat my protein bar, and then I'll explain everything to you.
Let him go!
I don't know. They just walked him back in. Let us! Let him out! Nazis, go home! Where did that come from? I just looked over and he was already at the... Nazis, go home!
We don't even know, ni tan siquiera nadie se dio cuenta, lo agarraron.
How dare you arrest a black man? For what, you
No.
Nazi pieces of shit? You're fucking colonizers! The white ones, and the black ones, and the brown ones work
Losers!
You're all colonizers! You're colonizing this land and colonizing this people, and you need
Se llevaron a una persona, se llevaron a una persona.
Everybody fucking hates you! Yeah, you piece of shit! Nazi scum! I'm on public fucking property, you dick! I am standing here yelling on public fucking property! Go home and jerk off to your boyfriend! Save us the time!
Deme un segundo.
being neurospicy is a heck of a thing. Ooh, exciting.
Hey, comrades, we're still out here with Revolution Radio.
Eugene, Oregon.
10 o'clock, continuing to send it to the fascists, commemorating our comrades in arms, gunned down in the fucking streets.
I'm trying to find a chart. Okay, this will do. All right. So, who does anyone here know about the debt crisis right now that they're talking about? If anyone knows, you can, I don't know, maybe kind of like fact check me along the way, but I'm pretty sure I've understand it.
Brown and black and other people to be in some of these
Okay, so let me I'll leave the video up here. Let me just bring up one more chart. I need a chart for the U.S. dollar.
That's the best dancing chicken I've ever seen in my
Okay.
life.
I'm going to interrupt the video feed, and I'm going to explain this to you because it is actually quite important what's going on. This is, you guys know that the U.S. dollar is basically, it's gone down about 15% over the, Cheesy Taters, you and your wife were discussing it? Okay. So the U.S. dollar has gone down about 15% over the last year. And this, in many ways, can be very bad. It is good for exports because you're exporting things and it's cheaper for other people to buy it, right? But the problem with America, with the American, where's the debt? Where did I put the debt one? Okay, so with the problem with, I'll just put these like here. So this is debt owned by other countries. And this is American debt that is owned by other countries. So this is who America has lent money from to basically not prop up their economy, but basically support their economy so that they can, build stuff, right? So this is how countries go into debt. And you can see a lot of these countries own a ton of American debt, including Canada, by the way. Canada owns a lot of American debt, and we buy debt by buying American Treasury bonds, right? A lot of it in the 10-year, 10-year Treasury bonds. So we can go top all of them. So here's your 10-year U.S. Treasury bond, and right now it's running at 4.231%. Earlier in the year, there was a major concern when it got up to like I think it was it like 6 months ago? It was getting very high, and there was a point where if it reaches like 5%, the markets basically start to crash. But as you can see in the bottom here, Japan has by far the most American debt, and they bought like a ton of American Treasury bonds, and I'm going to explain to you why. If you look at the top left here, this is the Japanese 30-year Treasury. And what Japan has notoriously been doing to basically prop up their economy, like back in the 80s, the Japanese economy was matching America's economy, like for GDP. Like they were like the booming economy back in the 80s. But they had a bit of a recession, and what they did is they brought down their interest rates down to basically zero. Like it was costing them basically $0 in order for them to sell their treasuries. So like usually when America sells their treasuries, they sell it for like, it's right here actually. Like right now the yield is 4.23%, right? But what Japan was doing, as you can see down here, they basically their treasury, here we'll go down to 5 years, it's basically down to 0%. So they didn't basically give any interest, and what they were doing was they were selling off their treasuries for basically next to nothing, but then they would take all those the money that they made from their treasuries that they weren't paying interest on, and they were buying American like 10-year treasuries, because instead of paying they would pay no interest on the treasuries that they sold, but they would get interest on the treasuries from the American treasuries, basically, right? So that's why they were buying up all this debt, which you can see in the bottom window here. They're buying up a ton of American debt, and it's now over $1 trillion. But the worry, and you can see from the Japanese, the top left. Hold on, I'll just leave it here. The top left, you can see that their treasuries have been creeping up in what their yield is. So, and they've been doing this deliberately, like they're trying to get their economy going because they've basically had no inflation at all. And that's actually bad. I know a lot of people look at it as an inflation, like, people hear that there's inflation and they think that sounds bad, but no inflation is actually worse. Like if you have no inflation, that's actually worse than having 2% inflation. I'm not going to explain why right now, but just take my word for it. Zero inflation is actually really, really bad for the economy. So what they did is they decided to start doing a few things to get their inflation to start going so that their economy would start to build, because their economy wasn't going up at all. They weren't they weren't what's the word I'm looking for? Anyways, so they weren't able to actually boost their economy in any way. So now they've actually started to, but their economy their inflation started to go up way too high. And the reason that's bad is because if their 10-year or their 30-year treasury goes higher than the U.S. treasury, what that means is suddenly they've got to see down here, they've got to start selling off their debt. They're going to start cashing in on their U.S. treasuries, which means America's got to pay back the money for that debt. And if that happens, then suddenly this money starts flooding out of the American economy. And that's really bad for the American economy, especially when it's a country that owns $1.13 trillion worth of your debt, right? So suddenly you would see a massive amount of inflation for the American economy, because in order to pay that back, they would have to print money. So one of the fears right now with America, and the idea or the thought is that when Donald Trump started, thumping his chest with Greenland, was that a lot of these countries went to Trump and said, if you fuck around with us, we're going to start massively selling off your treasuries. And that would have put America into this like spin of going into like a massive inflation period. And I don't like, we're talking like not just a recession, but an outright depression. It's so bad that there's so many countries that owe debt that if they just cashed in, even somebody like Canada, for example, they have enough in treasury debt that if they cashed all that in, America's economy would go into a bit of a tailspin. So that is basically the gist of it. Now, nobody was threatening to do this, or at least publicly threatening to do it. People are suspecting that some of these countries went to him and said, listen, if you keep thumping your fucking chest, we're going to massively sell our can I see the list? It's at the bottom one, the one that's down here. So this is the list of countries that has a ton of American debt. So the idea is that one of these countries basically united and said, listen, if you fuck around with us, we're just going to sell off your debt and your economy is going to be fucked. And I know America is a big, powerful country, but if these countries came in and said, listen, we're cashing out, America's economy would be absolutely fucked. So, and the suspicion, UK and Cayman Islands equals the same. We can thank our politicians that did this. Clinton and the budget balance back in the 90s. Now this is why people talking about how Trump has raised the debt by like $1 trillion just in 1 year. Like, it is actually a big deal, because if these countries start cashing in, and it might not even be something that they're doing just because they're angry at Trump. Like, Japan might be left with no other choice, because if they suddenly, again, up here in the top left, if the Japanese 30-year treasury goes higher than the U.S. 10-year treasury, they're going to start cashing out because they've got to bring this down. And if they start cashing out, it's going to really fuck with the U.S. economy. So that's kind of what people are talking about right now. But they're also talking about, like, are these countries using it as a threat? And the rumor is, and this was a rumor that started months ago, was that Mark Carney, when he first came into office, one of the first things that he did, like his first trip was to Europe. It was to go to the UK, it was to go to France, it was to go to these other countries. And the rumor is that he was the one that said, listen, this is the situation that America is. And keep in mind, and I don't care if you're somebody that is Canadian, you hate Mark Carney just because he's liberal, fine, whatever. But he is recognized around the world as one of the top economists in the entire world. And the rumor is that he went around to these countries like France and the United Kingdom, et cetera, et cetera. These were the first countries he went to when he became prime minister. And they were talking like there was this shit about the 51st state and stuff like that. The rumor is that he went and got these countries aligned and said, listen, this is what we're going to do. And immediately the 51st state shit stopped, because the rumor is that Mark Carney went to the Americans and said, listen, this is the situation that you're in. If you don't fucking start this shit, or if you threaten us again, we're going to start cashing in our debt. Whether or not that's true or not, I don't know. But these were the rumors that were going around, like, you know, when Mark Carney first came into office. Maybe we can pay the Japanese back with Venezuelan oil. You can't even produce enough in order to do that, dude. Like, the problem with we can talk about that as well. But the main concern right now is not just that other countries may be threatening. And by the way, is Denmark on here? There's a couple of there's a Denmark financial institution and a Swedish one. Those are two that I know for sure, but they've already said, fuck it, we're selling our American treasuries. And that is possibly the reason why you're seeing this suddenly dip. Okay, why did this go to 1 day, 1 year? That is possibly the reason why you're suddenly seeing this dip, is because there's these financial institutions overseas that are saying, fuck it, we're getting rid of our American treasuries. And that's just a couple of them. And that's just a couple of them, like a couple of, but if the country decides to sell them off as a whole, then this is going to be a real problem. And the problem with the American dollar, if it's suddenly worth a lot less, it suddenly costs them a lot more to pay back their interest rate on their debt that they owe. And if that happens, like, they're already at a point where it's really hard for them to pay just the interest back. But if suddenly the dollar keeps collapsing like it is, it's going to make it that much worse. And that's where you get like a depression. And it could happen very quickly. Would we just sell more bonds to pay the Japanese if they won't reborrow? Yeah, but when you sell more bonds, you're basically just printing up more money. And then your inflation starts to skyrocket. So you remember when Donald Trump was going after the Fed, hey, why aren't you lowering interest rates? Why aren't you lowering interest rates? It's a real problem. If your inflation rate is going up at the same time as your bond yield is going up, that is really bad for your economy. And it's actually something that doesn't happen because governments deliberately do not do that. So it is a very real problem that America is in right now. And I don't know why it's not being talked about too much on the news. It is being talked about overseas. It was one of the options that they were discussing as far as the Greenland situation. And it probably, behind closed doors, it was probably mentioned. Don't fuck with us because, you know, you may be tough militarily, but if we start selling our bonds, your economy is going to be absolutely fucked. And of course, with Donald Trump, that is everything to him, right? If suddenly the economy goes into a tailspin, and this isn't just like a recession, this isn't 2008, this is much, much worse. Sounds like it would be it would hit globally, but America would be absolutely fucked. So a little story here. Remember back at some of you might not be old enough, but I'm sure a lot of you remember the 2008 crisis that we had with all the mortgage hedge funds and shit like that went belly up, right? Because of the ridiculousness that they were giving out mortgages basically to anyone, right? Canada basically wasn't hit with that at all. Like, we barely felt any of that at all here in Canada, which is shocking considering how much of our economy was kind of intertwined with America's, right? But we barely felt that here, and one of the reasons why is because the guy that was head of our banking system back then saw what was coming and basically put up a bunch. Our banking system is extremely solid here in Canada, and we didn't have those type of mortgages here. But the person that was head of our banking system here in Canada at that time saw what was coming and basically put in a bunch of safety nets in order to make sure that we weren't as affected as a lot of the rest of the world. And the person who was head of our banking system at that point was Mark Carney. And Mark Carney then, because he was so recognized he's basically recognized as one of the top economic minds in decades. He then went on to work, I can't remember where he went to work immediately afterwards, but eventually at one point he was recruited to be the first and only person outside. He was recruited as the first and only person that isn't from England to run the Bank of England. And he ran it for several years. Up until Brexit happened, and Brexit, he told the he told the UK, listen, leaving the EU is a really bad idea. This will affect you terribly economically, blah, 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 blah. But they voted to leave the European Union, and sure enough, it was deemed that he was correct. Like, there's a lot of people now. I was looking it up yesterday, and there's actually a lot of support to actually rejoin the EU from in the UK. But he warned people, listen, this is going to hit your economy. It's going to be really bad for the economy. They didn't listen to him. They went through with it, and they left the EU, and then their economy took a nosedive. He stayed on as the whatever the title is, Governor General of the Bank of England for his term, and then he left and he went to Brookfield Management and a couple of other mutual companies or whatever. They've been doing it extremely well. And then when it was pretty clear that Justin Trudeau was not going to win the election, he was looked at as a possible replacement for Justin Trudeau. And as soon as he came in, like, you can look up the way that people were going to vote as far as that election was concerned. Like, the opposition leader, his name is Pierre Poilievre, he had like a 25-point lead when Justin Trudeau was still our prime minister. And as soon as he dropped out and people realized that Mark Carney was going to be his replacement, they voted on it, like his party did, and brought him in as the leader of the party, which basically meant he was the interim prime minister until we had our election. But as soon as his name came up, immediately the polls swung back the other way, because he's so highly regarded, and it was looked at as, this is the right man for this particular moment. This is who we need to lead our country. And immediately he was brought in. And the first thing that he did is usually it's tradition that when a new Canadian prime minister is elected, the first person that they go and see is the American president. They immediately do a trip to the White House or whatever. But because of all the rhetoric that Donald Trump was spouting off as far as, like, the 51st state and all that sort of nonsense, Carney basically gave him the middle finger and said, fuck this. And he went to France. He went and visited a bunch of these countries here. France, I think France was his first stop, and then he went to the UK. But he's also had stops in Belgium, a bunch of these other countries. And it was rumored like 10 months ago, when this 51st state nonsense came up, that he organized with them and started telling them about this shit here. There was rumors that came out that he was organizing them, that if America started attacking any countries, that this is how they were going to put them back in line, because the American economy would just tailspin. So I don't know if you guys, like, if that just confused you more than anything else, but the primary thing right now that you have to watch is this Japanese yen up here, because this is the primary concern. Like right now, America's not threatening to invade anyone or anything like that right now, but this is the primary concern right now, is that the Japanese 30-year Treasury bond is getting so close to the U.S. 10-year that they're going to start selling their 10-year Treasury bonds, which is going to flood or require a lot of money to pay off, and it's going to make inflation skyrocket in America, and it would just fuck the economy. And this would be like nothing that the Japanese could do about it. Like if their debt is like, I think it's like 280%. Like their debt that their country owes is like 2.5 years of their total economy, or total GDP for 2.5 years is what they owe in debt, which is ridiculously high. I think Canada's is like 110%. America's like 125% or something like that. So Japan's like 250 or 280%. That means like 2.5 years of their GDP. If they put it all towards paying off their debt, that they'd have to do it for 2.5 years. So if it gets to a point where their treasury, their yield is higher than the U.S. yield, then they'll be forced to start paying off, they'll be forced to be selling off their U.S. treasuries, and that's not good. The American economy is going to get hit really hard, especially if they have to sell off a lot. Like if they only have to sell off like 100 billion or something like that would hurt. You know, like you would still feel it. But if they have to sell off like 500 billion, like America's economy would be absolutely fucked. And in, not only America, it would hit America really hard, but there's other countries that are going to feel it as well. Like America for sure would go into a depression. The rest of the world, if not a depression, at least like a lot of countries into a recession. So that's kind of what the worry is right now. So there's two worries there. Like if the U.S. were to actually invade Greenland or Canada or whomever, this was the threat. Countries were going to start cashing in. And you know there's a certain country here, China, that if they see other countries doing it, in order for them to become like the top dog economically, you think that they're not going to jump in and say, yeah, you know what, we've got about, 300 billion debt we're going to cash in as well. Right? You think that they're for sure would take up that opportunity to knock America down a couple of pegs. So this is the reason why like having so much debt in your country is such a big problem, because if somebody else, like if Japan's economy goes like belly up and they're really worried that it's going to, then it's going to hit other countries hard, and there's nothing they can do about it. Like it's not like Japan's going to say, you know what, we're going to take the hit here. We're going to go belly up and save America's economy. So Japan's actually one of my good friends. He's in, I think he said he was he's in Tokyo today. He just arrived there a couple days ago. But he was saying that he bought a beer and it was $1.25 Canadian. He's in Osaka. He's in Osaka right now, and he bought a beer, and it was $1.25 Canadian. So we were talking in our chat because a lot of us are really into like the economy and stuff like that. But that is basically the gist of where this economic stuff is going on right now. So if you have any questions, let me know. I don't know if I explained that very well, but that is, I think, the gist of it. The most important part is the Japanese Treasury and the U.S. 10-year Treasury. And if this number here, which is still going up, by the way, like it's still consistently been going up, if it ever hits this number here, then shit's going to hit the fan. So Better than our $9 Canadian beer prices. It's been a long time since I've gone out for a beer, I'll be honest. But yeah, that's kind of what's going on there. Let's but if you have any other questions, I'll see if I can explain it. Oh, we got some action here. People coming out. Uh-oh.
How about you had your fellow lives to work in a concentration camp? How about you had your fellow lives?
Here, we're just gonna put it on full stream and.
How bad do you have to fail at life to work in a concentration camp? How badly do you have to work at failing deliberately at life to work in a concentration camp? You feel threatened that you need weapons?
Let me see if I can find it. There's got to be some other live. I'm surprised I haven't found any other live stream.
You need full body armor for unarmed people, a crowd of unarmed people. You need full body armor, sir? You're that afraid? Is my dick that big and veiny? Is there children in there, sir? Are you okay with the trafficking of children, sir? You okay with the trafficking of children? Yeah? You guys are okay with the trafficking of children? Are you guys okay with the trafficking of children? You guys are okay with trafficking children? You guys are okay with trafficking children? Fucking Nazis? You guys are okay with trafficking children? You fucking Nazis? Fucking Nazis?
What was the purpose of them coming out? What did they do? They just walked out and went back in?
I couldn't see. I couldn't get that close. I couldn't get that close. I couldn't see anybody.
I assume you are. I was there the other day too. Do you like being controlled and everything? How about some target practice?
I'm so pissed.
I'm gonna be honest. If you shoot me with a rubber bullet or a paintball or a hornet grenade, something like that, that's not gonna stop me or immobilizing. It's gonna piss me off. I was screwed. I was pretty going. I've almost died so many times. Matter of fact, I almost died last week. I nearly stopped breathing over 20 times.
Hey, you like your boots extra leathery or?
Oh, you know what I haven't checked? I haven't checked Twitter. I don't see anything on Twitter either, actually. Every feed that I've found that are different is basically the same. They're watching the same two feeds. So I haven't found anything new.
Hey, DHS.
To be fair, I thought he was finished speaking. Oh shit, there's more Nazis.
There's nothing on,
Fuck guys! Fuck the Nazis! Fuck you Nazis! Fuck you Nazis! Fuck you Nazis! T0395. Wait a minute.
this? Who's this? Oh, I think it's
I keep looking back and forth because
I'm.
I'm.
The cane, but I don't think she'll mind.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's Sensei.
Yeah. I think it's hers, so because she used it earlier.
The ice is stopping. We're here, you guys. We need people to come out and protest with us. Don't be afraid to honk. Fuck eyes.
Found video of is it Ilhan Omar? He had some guy walk up and squirt a bunch of water. I don't know if you guys want to see that, but just squirted water on her. Looks like it was maybe just water, but you can never be too sure.
No sé si la policía o quién le dio el ticket.
Yeah, I still can't find any other streams on anywhere.
Pero no fuera pedofilia o abuso doméstico porque ahí lo ignoran.
That's weird. I would have thought that there would have been a lot more. U.S. Donald Trump says Democrats will impeach him if Republicans lose the midterms. You think that'll happen? Doesn't he need like 60% of the like Congress as well to vote for it? He's a nuthead. I'm not a fan. Here's another example. I'm gonna just bring this up. Remember I was saying earlier that a lot of these tariffs and stuff, all this is doing is driving business away. Like I showed you examples of how China has refused to buy lumber and a bunch of other products. And part of the deal that Carney made with China last week was that they were going to start buying that stuff from Canada instead. It's just another example of countries that are like, you know what, we're tired of this shit. And so now a lot of Europe is going to start refusing to use a lot of products like AWS, Amazon, was it Amazon Web Service? Is that what it's called? Stands for? Google. They're going to use European alternatives or alternatives from elsewhere. Like a lot of these policies really drive companies away. I know he likes to talk about how it's bringing in jobs to the U.S., but it's really not. It's driving away people from doing business with the U.S. It's really bad economically. Republican Senator Tom Tillis? Is it Tom? Or just Tom? Tom Tillis. It's Tom, right? Tom Tillis just called for Kristi Noem to resign. Republican senator calling for her to resign.
You know that's coercion, right, Kristi? Like, you do know that that's coercion, right?
Oh, the way that lighting is right now is so dramatic.
Like, what do you prefer, coercion or quid pro quo? What do you prefer? Drifted, what do you prefer, coercion or quid pro quo?
Who's Lisa Murkowski? Is she Democrat or Republican? Another one. She's done with Kristi Noem. I don't know who this lady is.
It's not about if he would do it, it's that it's
American attorney. Serving as the senior United States Senator from Alaska. Is she the... so she's a Republican as well. So that's two that I've come across in just minutes.
And the CIA will pass out like fucking canned food to poor people and like so they could gain their vote.
Oh, here's another one. Look at this.
That kind of.
We briefly mentioned this earlier. Mark Carney went to China. Macron went to China after Mark Carney. And now Starmer from the UK is going to China. He should be there. I thought it said on the 27th, but okay, it's saying Thursday. So on Thursday he's supposed to be. So tomorrow. So you're probably going to see that both the UK and the EU have made deals with China. Like, this is just more evidence that companies or countries are being driven away from the U.S. and they're going to be they're being pushed towards China.
So good.
I can't do it with my hat.
What are we listening to? It sounds like those throat singers from Mongolia. Have you guys heard of those guys before?
Oh yeah, we should watch Landman tonight. DJB says hi, Spider-Man. He says hello. And he says thank you again.
It's more than just a little anime or cartoon or kid shit.
I'll be live probably.
I was just going to say that. Spider-Man says he'll be live in about half an hour.
Yeah, these are the only two live streams that I can find right now, guys. That's it at the moment. But they're easy to find, little dots, and I find this stuff kind of interesting, but not really much seems to be happening tonight. Last night was a lot more, there's a lot more going on. And a couple of the live streams, they're just recordings of what happened last night being played over and over again, so. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Remember what I was just talking about? Uh-oh. If any of you guys are still listening, I gotta see if I can confirm this somewhere, but Japan's just called an emergency monetary meeting today at 6:50 p.m. Eastern. Oh, so this has already happened. They'll announce new interest rates and disclose when they plan to sell $620 billion in U.S. stocks and ETFs. Expect high market volatility.
I think it'll still.
Uh-oh.
It'll be really good.
Hold on, I gotta check.
But they just don't quite fit with my glasses.
Future.
They probably fog up like hell too. I mean, you know, now I've heard that, and I used to use it on my goggles when I was jet skiing. Just baby shampoo. Just dilute some baby shampoo, and then I would come in from a break from jet skiing, and I would take my racing goggles off and just put some of that solution of.
Well, the futures don't seem to be. Maybe they haven't announced anything yet.
Works great. It lasts for.
I don't know who this Ox Nobbler is.
Hour, which is good. But a lot of scuba divers use that. Just baby,
all sorts of different.
But he's got a lot of followers, so.
Crap.
Yeah, that's the stuff that they sell. That's expensive and everything to keep it from fogging. It's basically just baby shampoo.
Yeah.
I don't know that they have the reserves to handle $620 billion, dude.
Oh, holy shit. Okay, I looked away for a second. Did DJB just send a bunch of people over to me? I got 1,000 people in here all of a sudden. I had 200 before.
Like, that would definitely cause a
Holy
significant
shit.
problem for the American economy if they start selling off
Thank you very, very much. I was
the
looking
treasuries
away
and
for
shit.
a minute.
Because then it snowballs. It doesn't
That
start
is
with. It starts with
crazy.
Japan, but then other countries start selling off theirs as well.
Thank you, all you new people, for coming in here. That's absolutely amazing. Thank you so much.
So this guy's stating that this didn't happen.
Thank you, DJB. Holy crap, that's impressive. I wish I had more to show you guys all of a sudden. It's a slow night here, but the chat is absolutely awesome.
Okay, so these guys are saying that it's fake.
We're
So
interested in chat. We have a really amazing chat on this stream. To chat, you do have to be subscribed for 1 minute. We have problems with people jumping in and saying awful stuff.
Yeah, this
but
guy's
if you
saying
subscribe for 1
620
minute,
billion
you can
yen.
Chat, and then you can always just unsubscribe, you know, when you're done chatting or done watching the stream. But I'd love to see some of you guys come in and say hi. Oh, imagine if everyone hit like. That'd be insane.
yeah, but I don't know that they have enough in the reserves to cover that much, dude. Like they're not going to be able to like pay enough to pay off
I am
$1
down
trillion
here
in
6
debt.
days a week, starting
Like
at
it's
7
it's
p.m.
going to have a massive. It would have a massive
Most
impact
weeks
on the economy.
I take Mondays off. I'm going to take tomorrow night off because it's my 12-year anniversary. But typically I'm down here 6 days a week, every night but Monday, starting at 7 Pacific and usually running.
Oh, do we only
until
have
about
one
10
stream now?
10
What's going
p.m.
on?
Thank you, Mike.
And if they
I
start
try and be out
printing
here
money in
as much
order
as I
to,
can,
you can't
Jamie.
print money in order to pay it off, because that's just gonna
Saturday and Sunday.
spike in inflation as well.
I streamed about 7 hours both nights, or both days and nights. Looks like next weekend's going to be pretty busy as well. It'll definitely be worth tuning in Saturday. I think I have a thing during the day on Sunday as well, but Saturday's going to be big. And I believe I'll be on at 3 o'clock on Saturday.
here. I don't know how we got this other.
Mike just pointed out a guy hanging out down on the corner. He thinks maybe it's that guy or
Oops, I moved the wrong one.
or whatever. Hangs out secretly on
the wrong one
down there and films. Yeah, thank you so much, DJB. This is awesome.
Ugh. When the what are they buying these treasuries with?
We have some random guy up there.
Because you can't print more money in order. I mean, you can, but that drives up interest rates.
Hey, Mike. You did Yeah. We got like 1,200 people in here. That is absolutely awesome.
Well, right now, I'm gonna be honest, there's not really anything going on.
You know that's coercion, right, Drifted? Like, you do know that.
I don't know what to tell you guys. There's not really much going on, so. I think maybe we just end it there, guys. It looks like there's not really much going on tonight. These are the only streams, and they're kind of at two facilities that just not really much is going on. The Portland's facility doesn't really seem to have many people around there anymore. So I think I'll end it there. Let me give you my YouTube channel if you guys want to. Want to really help me out. You can go to that channel and give me a sub on YouTube. We're up to 26 subscriptions there now. Yeah, I'm just getting tired. I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, but I've been up for like 16 hours now. So, but as long as I get a good night's sleep tonight, I should be able to, be back to a regular schedule tomorrow. If something, big happens tomorrow, I'll be on tomorrow to cover it. Considering, Trump is Trump, there's likely going to be some weird news happening tomorrow. So I'll jump on and talk about it tomorrow. But I'm going to see if I can quickly get a short done for tonight. I did make a short for today. If you want to watch it, it's up to you. But yeah, anyways, follow me on the YouTube channel there. That's where I put all my clips and any longer videos of stuff that I'm commenting on. Other than that, I'll talk to you guys later. Thanks a lot for watching, guys. We'll see you tomorrow.